Attention paddock. We are starting with the junior practice session with the two junior drivers currently missing from the grid. So if those two juniors can please make their way to the karts on the starting grid as soon as possible. Junior pre-practice is about to start. We are missing two junior drivers. Please make your way to the grid quickly or you will miss your practice session. Thank you.
Ti dovete togliere da lì. Ti dovete togliere da lì, per favore. Dalla sbarra in poi dovete stare.
Bonjour tout le monde, good morning everybody and welcome to Kart Paris. It's a fantastically beautiful morning here on the Friday of this fantastic weekend. It's the TB Kart Finals 25, hashtag We Build Adrenaline, and we are going to have a fantastic 3 days of competition here in Kartland Paris. Hello everyone, Jake Sanson here on the comms position. It's going to be a very exciting 3 days of action. We're just getting underway with the finals for the junior practice session. They've had their 8 minutes of practice and now they will go on to their hot lap. So this is the one-shot showdown lap that they will have to put themselves into position on the grid. For the drivers in the junior category, we have Great Britain's Jack Baker, Germany, Leon Langer, from Italy, Leonardo Rivadossi, from Switzerland, we have Angela Glioli,
Via da lì! Via da lì! Via!
Matteo Pediferi, from three British drivers, Isaac Jameson, Elijah Hartley, and Zach Jennings. We also have a string of Italian competitors, Alessandro Cassini, Filippo Miglioranzi, Giovanni Corso, Guido Paisi, and Mirko Graziani, as well as 2 talents from the Spanish contingent, Andres and Pablo Ceballos, as well as the French driver. So all of the contenders who are aged between 11 and 14 years of age will be competing in the junior category, slightly separate from the TB Kart finals, but they will still have just as intense a competition. Just 17 juniors in the 2025 running. They will all have a sensational run. They've had their 8-minute practice. The green flag flies on the start-finish line, and that sends their way for their one-shot showdown of qualifying. So this is the lap that will count for each driver, and they will obviously see the checkered flag at the end of that lap. That is going to be the lap time that sets them into their grid positions. All drivers have only had minutes of practice leading up to this, and we go straight from the end of practice into their hot lap. So basically spend the 8 minutes learning the car, the circuit, which is a fantastic one here at Kart Irk. A fantastic race circuit. 1,600 metres in diameter. Fantastic run for the contenders here, 200 metres in that, my apologies. And obviously I can along with the action as it happens here at Kart Irk. If you're watching around the world, you can watch on the IRK Promotion YouTube channel, and do please share the stream out to all those watching from family and friends and sponsors. If you're in Italy itself, you can also watch on television. Sky Italia has the broadcast on channel 809, and we also have on digital TV from GovTV, it's channel 244. All the way through the 3 days of competition. So great to have all of the viewers from around the world. Apologies to those on Italian television who are hoping for an Italian commentator. I'm afraid you're stuck with me for 3 days. Hopefully that will do you just as well though. Checkered flag is coming out though for the contenders as they will finish off their flying laps. And we're waiting to see what the times are going to be for each of the drivers as they finish off on their flying tour. So we currently have Leonardo warming up on a very strong run of 1:14 for him. All of the drivers, as I mentioned, in the junior category between the ages of 11 and 14. They are our youngest participants this weekend. We've got over 100 drivers beating over the course of the weekend. Of course, tomorrow we have a 12-hour endurance race going from 9 AM to 9 PM. The drivers come across the line to finish off their flying tour, and it's going to be Leonardo Rivadossi on the top spot with a 1:14.114. The checkered flag flying for the competitors who finish off their run. Alessandro Tersini in second position ahead of the German Leon Langer, then Guido Maestri and the British driver Jack Baker. Giovanni Pozzato is in P6 ahead of Enzo Roccati and Angela Glielmi. Then we have Mirko Graziani in front of Elijah Hartley, Isaac Jameson and Matteo Pediferi. Zach Jennings, Andres Montes Garcia, Pablo Ceballos, and the 2 drivers who have not set times, Filippo Miglioranzi and Jamie Sioptier. So that is the way that the junior qualifying has run after their one-shot showdown hot lap. The contenders are already getting ready in the first group. We're going to have 4 groups of official free practice plus the hot lap, and then we'll go straight in with our first races. Mind you, the way that the juniors have been working their way around the course, you would think that the races have already started. It shows you that everybody's very excited and keen to get under starters' orders here, and very excited. Is also known representing the TV Kart brand, of course. The juniors don't quite get that same opportunity because they are under of age, of course. All of the competitors competing will have an amazing run of it. We have all competitors in several classes. We have the SK1 young category for drivers aged 15, 16 or 17. So we have the youth category, as it were, the young category. Then we have the seniors, who are aged between 18 and 29 years of age. The masters, that's the drivers in their 30s, so from age 30 to age 39. And then the expert category drivers are those over the age of 40. So this year, a master, next year. From him in position at 1:14.14 in front of Alessandro, in front of Guido Maestri and Jack Baker, with Giovanni Pozzato in the top 10. We have Swiss driver Enzo Roccati, Angela Glielmi, as well as Mirko Graziani and the Englishman Elijah Hartley. Then Isaac Jameson of Great Britain, along with Matteo Pedeferri, Zach Jennings, Andres Montez Garcia, and Chabalos. That's 50 drivers then in the junior category. They have finished off their rank in fine style. And now we have the drivers venturing off into the karts, ready for the race. Of course, these are just the practice sessions, but the practice sessions of 8 minutes lead straight to the hot lap, which will decide the starting grids for each of the competitions. As we only have one grid of juniors, the order that's been set there is the order that will now set the starting grid for their 3 qualifying heats, 2 of which will happen today, and the third of which will happen on Saturday, completely blocked out, ready for the endurance race of 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that is going to be our baby Le Mans, if you like. And of course, that race actually precedes the 24 hours for the TV, which will take place in September of this year. So this is a good warm-up for all the other teams hoping to take part in the 24-hour race. As for the sprints, of course, we now move into the main category, of which there are 4 groups of drivers, and this is the serious qualifying grid. Once all of the sessions have been tallied up, the fastest driver from the practice session hot laps will be pole position for Group A. The second fastest driver will be pole position for Group B. The third fastest will be the pole position for Group C, and the fourth fastest driver will be pole position for Group D. Then it will stagger all the way. Drivers in there. Really exciting battle through the course of these 3 days. Mind you, today is all about the practice and qualifying heats 1 and 2 in the sprint category. Tomorrow will take precedence for the endurance, but there's so much excitement to come over these 3 days. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, do drop us a comment, do drop us a question, and we'll do our very best to answer those questions if we get the opportunity to. Of course, you can also like and subscribe and hit the notification bell on your screen or YouTube, and you'll never miss a moment, because not only will you get all of the live stream on your favourites list, but you'll also get a notification every time we go live over the next 3 days. So definitely worth doing. If you're watching on Italian television, apologies if you're having to brush up on your English very quickly. But I'm going to be your guide over the next 3 days. This is not just an Italian competition anymore. This is now a truly international event. So many people coming from far and wide. D500 of rental karting as it is now, and we've got drivers all the way from China to Canada, across the globe, representing their nation in an amazing contest. So it is great to see so many fantastic drivers competing at this level. If you are watching on YouTube, then fantastic, great to see you here, and obviously you'll get the chance to watch wherever you are around the world. Italians, if you are watching along on YouTube and you want to watch on your television screens, you can do. Sky Italia has the coverage on channel 809 on Sky, and of course on digital television, channel 4. GoTV has the coverage as well. So hello to you and buongiorno. And bonjour to everyone watching wherever you are watching around the world. We're about to get ourselves under order once again for the first of our senior sprint practice sessions. The juniors running as their own separate competition, as it were. But now we go into SK1, the main class of competition. And these are split into 4 different groups of driver. They'll get 8 minutes of practice out on the course, and then we will go racing. First and foremost, we go into the activity for the competitors in the first official practice session. That's official practice A. And so let's talk you through the runners and riders. They've obviously been drawn in a random order, in random kart numbers, and they will continue to be drawn in random numbers over the course of the competition. So everyone gets the same treatment. Nobody gets one kart better than another. And these identical machines have been very carefully engineered over the course of the weekend and over the course of the weeks leading up to the event as well. So really exciting to see everybody put in such a great show. Here are the competitors in official practice group A, and the Arnaud de Molleur is leading them off this category along with his colleague and fellow master Samuel Rivière. In the expert category from Switzerland we have Olivier Osson. The young category is the Italian Adrien Speroni. In senior, we have the Italian Marian Nicolai and the Belgian driver Hugo Paschella. In the Masters category, we have another Belgian talent, Kevin Touvenen. And then we have in the Masters category as well, the Frenchman Maximilien David, along with the Italian Orlando Sidotti. In the senior category, we have the young Cypriot Michael Demetriou, along with the British driver Thomas Holland. The Swiss ace Lorenzo Bruzzo is one of our young competitors, along with another youth talent from Spain, Francisco Arno. We also have his countryman Christian Schulhey, along with the Italian Matteo Lobianco, and the young Egyptian Khalid Wati. In the Masters category, we have Christian Suarez of Spain. In the expert category, we have the Frenchman Joselito Lopez. Also in expert is the Italian Giovanni Nicoli. And then in senior, we have Alessandro Pace. In the young category, we have Javier Ceballos. In senior, Julien Delacoutas from Switzerland. And then in the Masters category, we have the Italian Fiorenzo Pallavicino and the senior driver Alessandro Vanacci. So great to see everybody putting such a great effort. You can just about out all of the drivers on your screens now because they've been put up in front of you on your timing screens. Hopefully that will give you a better indication as to who's driving in what. Snefro El Ghazawi has written on the stream, what do you think about the Egyptian drivers in sprint race group A and D? Well, I have been keeping an eye on drivers over the course of yesterday. Mohamed Lofty, the young driver in the official practice A, definitely one to keep an eye on. There's a lot of talent in this grid, it has to be said, from all 4 corners of the globe. Great to see drivers representing in Asia, Africa and the Americas as well as in Europe. So we've got a lot of incredible competitors to talk about over the course of the next few days. So I would expect a heck of a lot of great race talent. All of the drivers in this competition have of course been drawn in each of these groups. So it's only really now that we're going to get to see them at their best in even playing field on this circuit. So expect to see some really stand-up talents in this competition. Fortunately, despite being a commentator who's done pretty much everything in the world of motor racing, from Formula 1 to IndyCar to the Le Mans 24 Hours to Super GT and Super Formula out in Asia, there's still something about rental karting that really gets my juices flowing. It's an amazing sport. It's the only form of motorsport left for me that is still pure, raw competition, without money, without politics. It's all pure racing competition, exactly as it's always supposed to be. Now we've got the contenders out on the course at the moment, just getting themselves under starters' orders in the practice session, starting to get the first lap times down. At the moment it is Kevin Touvenen that is currently on the top spot. So Kevin Touvenen doing a great job at the moment. Orlando Sidotti is in front of Samuel Lider. The Masters are actually going very well at the moment in the first part of practice. Alessandro Pace, Arnaud de Molleur and Maxi David are next up in the top section. Alessandro Vanacci, Julien Delacoutas, Olivier Osson and Matteo Lobianco. It's amazing how these drivers have essentially treating this practice session like an extended race session rather than practice. They really are pushing it in this early part of the contest. So great to see just how motivated these racing drivers are in the early part of competition. On the top spot though is now Orlando Sirotti, having done a 1:15.129. Of course, this is an incredibly level playing field. All of the drivers have had a chance to test the karts yesterday. Not all of them have been able to, but they've all been given the opportunity to do so in an open test day yesterday here at the course. Some have only been able to make it to the circuit very late, so for those who are unable to, you've got to jump straight into the practice session and be on the pace immediately, which is not easy to do in these rental karts. They are all identical machines, of course. They've been engineered incredibly over the course of the last few weeks to get them into a good position racing. And I have to say, looking at the quality of the drivers out there, there is very little to choose between them all. A lot of experience comes into play here. Also, rain, so that is I'm not entirely sure who the number 26 car is, because it looks like they've obviously had to swap out a kart there. And you'll get this from time to time. Drivers will feel not quite comfortable in the kart and they'll want to come in and try another one, which always baffles me, because racing drivers in kart championship should obviously be trying to figure out how to get the kart they've actually got to work as best as possible. If you keep swapping out karts, then you're obviously going to be not entirely sure how the racing is going to fare for you, because you're spending so much of your time trying to get the feel of the kart. You should really just focus on the one you've got, because everybody's in the same boat as each other. That's always been my feeling of it, but then I'm not a racing driver. Sonia Lidea is currently on the top spot with a 1:14.8 second lap time. Good work from them so far. Alessandro Vanacci is second quickest at the moment in front of Ora Dumolor and Orlando Sidotti. And then it is Francisco Alfaro, Julien Delacoutaz, Olivier Larosso and Joselito Rupert. Then Alessandro Conche and Christian Chouhey, and then Christian Juarez, Matteo Blanco, Hugo Rochella, Fiorenza Pallavicino, and then it is Javier Chavalas in front of Thomas Holland, Mohamed Lotti, Giovanni Nicoli and Maria Nicoli. At the moment, we don't have any time to talk from Adrian Speroni, Michael Demetriou and Lorenzo Bruzzo. I'm not entirely sure why those three haven't been able to set a time, because if they're not going to set a time, and obviously they're still racing, they have to start the race from the back of the grid. So that'll be very difficult indeed for them if they're obviously going to have difficulty right out of the starting blocks. Great to see that all of the garages around the circuit at Kartland Paris is filled with competitors, supporters, their managers, their partners, everybody who has been part of this fantastic display and putting on such an amazing amount of work to get these drivers ready for such a fantastic contest. This is, of course, the first time that the TV Kart Finals have ever been held outside of its native Italy, making this a truly international competition for the first time. And what a fantastic venue to have hit in Kartland Paris. This is actually the first time I've been here in person. Of race circuits for younger competitors, but this is the international layout, or Kartland 3, if you like, for the contenders who are really starting to showcase their international freedom. And that's the thing about international competition at this level. It's all very difficult to gauge your talent. attention paddock, attention paddock. We're going to get instructions filled in with race commentary over the day, so you'll just have to pay attention every time I say attention paddock, attention paddock. When you have finished on the cart during the session and you have used a seat insert, please make sure to leave it at the same point that you collect your ballast. Please don't carry it around the paddock with you, they will go missing very quickly. If you have had to take a seat insert, do please make sure that you leave the seat insert at the same place you collect your ballast from. This is to ensure that we keep the event nice and organised and well structured. So please ensure that if you are using a seat insert, please leave it where the ballast is collected and distributed. So that is a note for all drivers who are using a seat insert. Please make sure you leave it. Flying lap, get a showdown lap of course, and once they've did that lap they then go straight into completing it. At the end of that lap they will receive the checkered flag immediately because they only get one flying lap out on the course. Great to see the messages of good luck from everybody. Dale wishes good luck to Lewis Sanger and the TV X-Kart team. We'll come all the way from Rochester in the United Kingdom. Lots of messages for the likes of Bukididis and Darts from Maxos G1. Good to see everybody doing such a great job supporting their competitors. Hopefully the sound quality and everything is getting better as the day goes on. We apologise if that happened some slight difficulties this morning, but we are still on top of things as the day goes on. Right, the drivers are coming off for a couple of corners. 15 turns in total around the course here, and this is going to be the 4 that's coming through to complete the lap time relatively has completed the lap in 1:15.3 or 1:17.0 from Amazotti. Kevin Stivenin goes to the top spot with a 1:14.6. Samuel Livier goes quicker, 1:14.5. Arnaud de Moulin goes quicker still, 1:14.507 for Arnaud de Moulin, the Frenchman, on home soil of course. But can anybody go quicker than that? We've got a few decent talents still to come across the line, just knocking on the door of the top 10. We might see a big jump through the order from the likes of Christian Chilhay and Christian Suarez, the two Spaniards. They come through just outside the top 10 in the end. And I think we've got pretty much everybody out there now having completed the run. So first group, the times are good for Arnaud de Moulin, as Arnaud de Moulin gets a 1:14.507. A very good start to proceedings there, in front of Samuel Livier and then Olivier Lorenzo. Kevin Tuvenin is fourth in front of Maxi David and Orlando Sidotti. We'll talk you through the full order in just a short moment, but it's certainly great news for the Frenchman Arnaud de Moulin, who has come through in close proximity. Just noticed the number 5 coming back into the pits. That's Marianne Nicoli. He hasn't got any gloves on. That's not right. You should be wearing gloves if you're in an official session. There are a couple of drivers who are not wearing gloves, and they really should be, to be honest. Because even though this is a rental competition rather than a CIK FIA event, all the drivers should still be wearing gloves. If they want to borrow some, I've got my Ayrton Senna Nacional gloves in the car. I'll quite happily lend them to a driver or two, for a price, of course. But hopefully all the drivers have remembered their gloves, and they should be able to have them ready at least for the start of race competition itself. But the drivers coming in at the end of practice group A, and their one-shot showdown lap results, provisional of course, are now in. So we can talk about that in full detail. Hopefully on your screen the session results will come up very shortly, but I can certainly talk you through them as they stand now. Arnaud de Moulin is the fastest driver from Hot Lap A in the SK1 category. The master driver up on the top spot with a 1:14.507. Second place for Samuel Livier, ahead of the Swiss driver Olivier Lorenzo, who is the leading driver at the moment in the expert category. Then it's Kevin Tuvenin in front of Maxi David and Orlando Sidotti. Julien Delacroix in 7th position in front of Francisco Alfaro, and then Michael Dimitriou is ahead of Alessandro Vernacci. 11th place for Joselito Lopez in front of Mattia Lobianco, then Alessandro Pace in front of Christian Schulhey. And then we have Fiorenzo Pallavicino in 15th in front of Christian Suarez, Hugo Vascella in front of Javier Ceballos, then Mohamed Lofty and Thomas Holland. And then at the back of the field we have Marianne and Giovalin Nicoli. The only two drivers not to set a time in practice A were Adrian Speroni of Italy and Lorenzo Bruzzo of Switzerland. Hopefully they're still in the competition and they haven't had to drop out last minute. But we'll keep up to date with everything as much as we possibly. So the contenders then, having had a very solid run in hot lap A, and the time to beat for everybody is a 1 minute 14.507. So a very good start to proceedings then for our contenders. They get the ball rolling in a very solid position. So hopefully now we'll be able to see if anybody can go quicker still. But certainly at the moment, the provisional pole position time has been set by the Frenchman Arnaud Demalore, and that's a time of 1 minute 14.507. So that is the time for all of our contenders here at Kartland Paris to beat. 0.063 seconds back is Samuel Libert, and then Olivier Lorenzo from Kevin Tuverin, Maxi David and Orlando Sidotti. So with all of the contenders now under no illusions as to what awaits them in terms of the fight out on the course, it's going to be very intriguing indeed to see whether any of the other categories, any of the other groups can compete with that sort of pace. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if there's any drivers out there with the opportunity to make that step forward. So we'll get to see now over the course of the remainder of the battles out there who is going to get to do what. The next group out on the course will of course be the SK1 Group B. They'll have their 8 minutes of practice and then we'll have their flying lap, and that's when we'll find out who is going to be the fastest driver from that particular group of drivers. So, having taken the times from the first practice group then, Arnaud Demalore, the Frenchman, in the master category has set a time of 1 minute 14.507. The leading expert driver, by the way, so far is the Swiss driver Olivier Laurençon, third overall in that group, a 1 minute 14.604. The fastest senior driver was Julien Delacroix, the Swiss ace, 1:15.004 to beat. And the fastest driver in the young category was the young Spaniard Francisco Alfaro, who did a 1:15.203. Those are the times for the other drivers in each category to beat so far. So that definitely lays down the gauntlet for everybody else. In official practice B, we've got another 24 great talents to head out onto the course. The Frenchman in the master category, Anthony Nesta, along with the Italian driver in the expert category, Anna Vodecka, and she's definitely one to watch out for in this group. Along with the young man from the Faroe Islands in the expert category, Ian Anderson, one of our only drivers, I think certainly the only driver in this competition, who is not only a very experienced driver in the expert category, but is also representing the racing community. Very talented race driver, and hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat with him later on. He has got his interpreter with him, so it will be very interesting to see what he's got to say about the competition. Only in karting at this level is the disability community able to race at exactly the same level as everybody else. Always very exciting to see. Also in the young category, we have the Frenchman Ryan Bomacetta. We have in the senior category the Spaniard Ivan Moreno. The French driver in the master category, Jacques Jorot, along with the senior driver Salvatore Riccia. And then in the seniors, we have the German talent Bruno Thurman. In the youth category, we have Enea Cimini for Italy, and then in the masters category for Cyprus, we have Tukis Ioannou, the senior driver for France, Lucas Urbani, and the masters category, a lot of people's favourite coming into this, the German talent Dennis Höller, who is so talented and has won a multitude of different rental competitions over the years. Actually, a real talent to watch for. In the youth category, the Italian Riccardo Bucci, In the seniors, we have two great Spanish talents, Dario Ferreras and Javier Martinez. In the seniors, we also have the Italian Giovanni Mollo and the Belgian talent Thomas Delamare. In the youth category, for France, we have Noah Carrat. In the seniors, for Cyprus, we have Chris Dimitriou, and also for France, we have Giraud Corentin. In the masters, we have the Belgian star Kevin Capras. In senior, we also have the Italian Davide Bonaretti, and then in expert, we have Nikos Dimitrou. And in the masters category as well, we also have a great talent competing in the category all the way from Georgia, and that is Molinov Vadim. So they will get 8 minutes of practice around the Cutland Paris circuit, the same as everybody else. And it'll be great to see everyone putting in a good showcase ahead of what promises to be a really exciting practice session. Great to see everybody put on an amazing showcase for everyone. So we'll get to see the drivers out on the circuit very shortly indeed for official practice B. And don't forget, the fastest driver overall gets to start in pole in the A group. And then the second fastest driver overall will get to start in pole position for Group B, and then so on. Third fastest driver, pole in Group C, fourth fastest driver, pole in Group D, and so on as the grids stagger down. So the second of our SK1 practice sessions in Group B, about to get underway for 8 minutes. The Frenchman Anthony Nesta, the Italian Anna Vodečka, Ian Anderson, the expert driver who comes to us from Scandinavia, the fantastic talent all the way from the Faroe Islands, Ryan Bomacetta of France, Ivan Moreno of Spain, Jacques Choreau of France, Salvatore Riccia of Italy, Bruno Thurman of Germany, Enea Cimini of Italy, Theokis Ioannou of Cyprus, Lucas Urbani of France, Dennis Huller of Germany, Riccardo Bucci of Italy, the Spaniards, Dario Ferreras and Javier Martinez, the Italian Giovanni Mollo, the Belgian Thomas Delamare, the Frenchman Noah Carrat, the Cypriot Chris Dimitriou. Then we have Giraud Corentin of France, Kevin Capras of Belgium, Davide Bonaretti of Italy, Nikos Dimitrou of Cyprus, and the Georgian Molinov Vadim. So for those watching along at home or involved trackside and want to get even more of the data close to their fingertips, you can do so if you've got your smart devices handy with the links here at the track. At the race office, there are all of the QR codes to get all of the relevant information that you need. If you don't have access to those because you're watching from home and want to follow along with all the action, you can do on irkpromotion.com all of the fantastic pieces of information and all of the details about the competition in both the sprint and endurance categories can be found on that page. You can follow live timing, you can follow the results as they update live there. You can also have a link to the streaming as well, just to have that closer to your browser. So there's plenty of opportunities to keep an eye on how everything has been working up to the weekend. Of course, it's going to be fascinating to see how all of the battles continue over the course of the weekend. It's the proper arrive and drive competition for all of these amazing contests that we have, and it really is so exciting to see the culmination of this incredible competition. This is only the third year really of the contest, and the two fantastic fleets of karts that we get. The event is always really exciting to note. We've got the 30 TB Kart R-Max karts equipped with their 23 horsepower two-stroke, and then of course we have the R1 karts, which are the 18 horsepower four-stroke engines that are designed for the endurance competition. So great to see all of the contenders gearing themselves up and getting ready for another exciting battle out on the course. It looks like the drivers are getting themselves ready for practice B now. So the drivers now getting themselves into position and into their respective karts, getting ready and gearing up for the second of our practice sessions.
Ah. Quando riuscirai a darmi 2 minuti perché faccio un cambio accademia.
Ok, fallo destro, fallo destro, fallo destro. Dimmi se l'hai cambiato. Ah no, non l'hai cambiato, ok. Attenzione, vado con te, Ale.
This group ready to fight for the pole position. At the moment, of course, that is currently being held by the Frenchman Arnaud Demalore, who has the top time from the group so far in the first practice group of 1 minute 14.507 ahead of Samuel Libert. Olivier Laurençon, the leading expert driver. The leading senior is Julien Delacortaz, and the leading young driver is Francisco Alvaro. However, we go into the second practice session now with a whole host of new drivers to take on the Kart Paris circuit, and it really is going to be sensational to see who comes through in this group, and of course to see if anybody can displace the man on the top spot time moment. That is Arnaud Demalore. So with Arnaud Demalore currently running on the top spot, it looks like we're going to see a very interesting challenge now for all of the contenders gearing up as they get themselves up to speed and so the drivers will be battling with each other in the practice session for position. So it almost looks as if they're racing already here. Certain drivers certainly trying to put themselves into a position if possibly can, ready to get things under starters' orders here. I don't know, tell racing drivers to chill out a bit. They're not going to do as they're told, are they? They're just going to focus on the job in hand for them. So everybody now getting themselves into a tidy position. The only thing that really matters out of this practice session is how fast they will go in the hot lap that follows this. So that is the only thing that's really going to matter to the drivers at this phase of the competition, because they want to make sure, obviously, that they're going to make good use of that one hot lap. That's the only time that's really going to count for everybody at this phase of the competition, because they all want to make sure they've got a fast time on the board. And the only way to do that, of course, is to take full advantage of the opportunity that's afforded them once they're out on the course. Javier Martinez, for the sake of argument, has set the first quick lap in the practice session. They've got 8 minutes to learn the kart and learn the course, and then, of course, they can work their way further forward from there. We've got a very busy schedule, of course, to move our way further forward. We had a little bit of a pause there at the end of the session for refueling. We'll do the same again at the end of session B and session C, because all the karts have to have exactly the same levels of fuel to keep it fair and even over the competition. And at the end of that second refueling stop, we'll have the fourth of our official approved practice runs across the hot lap category, of course. And then we'll have the first of our actual races, which will be the first heat for the junior category, and what promises to be a really exciting battle for them. And of course they'll want to stick around because we have the awards for pole position in each of the categories. So that will be an interesting thing to hand out to all of the drivers, to get awards for pole position across all 4 groups, as well as in the junior category as well. We won't start handing out awards for the endurance category, of course, until the end of practice session and qualifying for them. So there will be another awards ceremony. There are actually 4 awards ceremonies over the course of the day. The first for pole position, which will take place at approximately 11:45 local time here in Paris. And then we will have an awards ceremony for the end of the first heat. That'll be at 2 p.m. We'll have an awards ceremony as well at the end of awards, at the end of race 2. We'll do about 4:40 local time, and then we'll have the pole position award at the end of the endurance at 8:40 p.m. Then we'll finally get to go racing tomorrow for the endurance category, and that'll be 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. And then we pick up the competition again in the sprint category on Sunday morning, and that will start at 9:25 with the third and final junior heat. Then we'll have the heats in Group A and B, and Group C and D in the senior categories. Then we'll have our Heat 3 prize giving, and then we'll have the official group photo for the competitors. And then we'll have the repechage, which is kind of the B final, if you like. All of those that are 26th and downwards will get the chance to race in one final race, 26th to 51st, I think it is. and the top 3 drivers from that will get to join the back of the grid in the main races later on. In the main race itself, there'll be a junior final, and then we will have the final itself at 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. And the winner of that 20 minutes plus 1 lap race will be the winner of the TV Kart Finals 2025, and that winner will then go on to represent their nation and of course the TV Kart brand in the Supernats, the SK USA, the category at Las Vegas at the end of the year. It's a big prize and a big opportunity for any racing driver. What an opportunity that will be. Even if they don't currently hold a full racing license in industrial karting yet, TV Kart will guide them through the process of doing so that they can represent their country and TV Kart in the SKUSA Supernats in Las Vegas at the end of the year. It is an amazing opportunity for any contender in the world of motorsport. So at the moment it is Dennis Holler on the top spot with a 1 minute 14.571. So in practice alone, he is not far away from the top spot set by Arnaud de Malure, but he's got to hope that in the one-shot hot lap later on, he's going to be able to go even quicker than that to go onto the top spot. But it certainly bodes well for Dennis Holler at the moment if he's got that kind of pace already in practice. Lucas Urbani doing a good job in front of Jacques Giraud in the top 3. In 4th place currently it is the German Bruno Furman ahead of Chris Dimitriou and Vadim Molinov. Then we have Ivan Moreno and Kevin Capras. Javier Martinez is in front of the Faroe Islands, Ian Anderson. Then we have Tukasiano, Dario Ferradas, Ryan Pomasata and Enia Cimini, and then Davide Bonaretti and Salvatore Ricca. Giovanni Mollo is in front of Anna Morechka, and then Riccardo Bucci, Thomas Delavar, Giro Torrenta, Nikos Dimitriou, and then Noah Carra and Anthony Nesta. I'm glad to say that all of the drivers in this particular group have gone out there and set lap times. So although we have 2 absentees from the practice and hot lap session in Group A, everybody is out there in Group B to set the initial pace. So let's see what kind of race order we will have at the end of the run. But certainly everybody putting on a decent pace. Looks like a few drivers are just trying to back themselves into some space so they can get a fast lap time. A couple of drivers will obviously want to team up and work with each other to try and get the most out of running on course at the same time as another opponent. Expect a few drivers from the same nation who are good friends with each other to team up and use the opportunity to work in unison to try and drive each other around the course. The problem is, of course, is that there's only 1 hot lap, there's not 2, so you can't have a driver help out the driver for 1 lap and then do it again on the next. They're basically going to go half and half. So half a lap one driver will help their mate and then starts, what is to be the right way to move forward. So now we wait for the drivers to begin their sections. Some of them are going to be green flag at a very inopportune moment. They've got 8 minutes out on the course. They've got to wait for the line when the green flag will come out, and there we go. We start the run then at the end of the green flag period. The 8 minutes practice session is up. And the fastest lap was set by Dennis Holler, 1:14.562 during practice. So if he can replicate that, he's going to be very close indeed to the mark set for outright pole position that was set by Arnaud de Malure earlier on. So it's 1:14.507 to beat then in the hot laps of official practice B. So now it's down to the drivers to put in as good a show as they possibly can. It's not going to be easy at all to figure out who's going to get what they can out of this session. They've obviously got to do the best they can. They get just 1 green flag lap in qualified, and we'll see who has been able to make the best use of it. So everybody then gets themselves into a good position, trying to work the circuit to the best of their advantage. Dennis Holler, probably the fastest man in the group, ahead of Lucas Urbani and Jacques Giraud, ahead of Vadim Molinov, Bruno Furman and Enia Cimini, who has crept up into the top 6. So now we'll try and find out who's going to make the best situation from this session. We're now going to go in and see what we can do with this flying lap. So Vadim Molinov gets a 1:15.34. So that's a good starting point, but there's a lot more to come. Bruno Fermin with a 1:14.6. That's already a tenth of a second away from the pole position. So Bruno Fermin going quickly, but not quite quick enough to topple the top spot. Remember, it's a 1:14.507 that we have got to beat here. And there's several drivers out there with a chance to do so. 1:14.388. Dennis Holler smashes the mark with a 1:14. Lap time there, 2/10 of a second quicker than his countryman Bruno Fermin. Then Jacques Giraud and Lucas Evani ahead of Kevin Cabrat and Chimini. Then Vadim Molinov. Well, up till 7th has come Chris Dimitriou, the Cypriot. So he now puts himself right into the top 10. We're just waiting for the last few drivers to come. Ivan Moreno goes into the top 5. Ian Anderson goes into the top 10. And that is the completion of the session. So Dennis Holler goes top spot. The German talent, the 1:14.388. And he's quicker than his countryman Bruno Fermin in second, ahead of Jacques Giraud, Lucas Evani, Ivan Moreno, and Kevin Cabras. I thought he might make his way into the top 6. But Dennis Holler has thrown down the marker for the opposition then on a 1:14.3. That is a very quick lap time indeed from Dennis Holler. One of the favourites coming into this competition. And certainly the man in car number 12 will be a very difficult man to beat if that's the kind of pace he's able to keep up with on his flying lap. So good performance from the drivers as they come into the pits to finish off their practice run. So we've got to keep an eye on the number. So Dennis Holler with the time there that goes to the top spot. 1:14.388. So Dennis Holler finds himself in P1. Fantastic work so far from the German talent, who's put himself right up to the sharp end of the dais. Very good work indeed and a very good starting point. So everybody can be very happy with the way things have currently progressed. So as the drivers come in then at the end of a very exciting battle in practice B, we've obviously seen some great performances from the contenders in this group alone. There are still 2 practice groups yet to come, and so they're all going to want to get with a very strong display out of the blocks. But great to see everybody put on a great show to begin the competition here in the TV Kart Finals 2025 here at Kartland Paris. So the time set in practice.
nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Open up, put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none.
Another 24 aces to take on the course. And it'll be an interesting one to see if anyone can get close to the mark set by Dennis Holler. Not been easy to put things into perspective against him, because of course this is the first time everybody has been in the competition at the same time as each other. We had a lot of the drivers testing at various times over the course of yesterday, but now we get to see the drivers venture out onto the course. Lorenzo Cioni, Charlie Cornier, Mauro Palermo, Valentin Aparicio, Delano Deckers, Tom Del Fos, Salvatore Nito, Mathis Renet, Georgios Tiafilo, Matti Asciuti, Luis Sumner, Endrick Titinju, Vinny Beltramelli, Giuseppe Di Domenico, Alexandra Pfeiffer, Daniel Ceballos, Davide Condorelli, Luca Evis, Gonzalo Lopez, Yanis Mora, Stu Stratton, Raphael Vogeli, Karol Vilupek and Rion Titinju out on the circuit.
Sei tu che mi dicevi qualcosa?
So as the drivers hit the course, ready for another exciting battle, they will now try to figure out what's going to happen next in the practice session. They've only got 8 minutes, as always, to try and get an understanding as to what's going to happen with the karts in close proximity to each other. So we'll see what will happen in the early part of the practice session. An official practice C in the SK1 category. Drivers pushing to see where they can end up
at the end of what's already been a very competitive start to the week. And the TV Kart Finals
2025, this is the first time ever the competition has taken place outside of its native Italy, making this a truly international competition now, and where better to do so than the Parisian capital. Very appropriate place to go for official motor racing, international competition.
All the competitors putting on a fantastic
showcase. Drivers have to try to put themselves in a good position around the course to try and find some decent pace in the early part of the practice session, but also a few drivers trying to race each other at this point in the practice session.
But as I mentioned, this is a perfect location to take an event out of its native land into international competition. Paris in France, which is of course the city basically gave us motor racing all the way back 1894. Without that particular first event that took the first motorists into international competition, we wouldn't have had the incredible start and the incredible legacy of motor racing. But France is a perfect location to go into international competition. 1894, the very birth of motorsport of any kind in international organised competition. And of course, the first ever Grand Prix took place not too far from here, France, all the way back in 1906. Next year, of course, celebrating 120 years of Grand Prix motor racing. That, of course, took place on the streets of Le Mans. Very different to the Circuit de la Sarthe, of course. But that is a route that, if you're interested in learning about the history of motorsport, you can still drive that original course. And it's definitely something that I fancy doing the next time I've got a hire car and I'm in downtown Le Mans. So with 5 minutes to go in the practice session, the drivers are just getting themselves up to speed and learning the course and learning the fast times. So Delano Deckers currently on the top spot ahead of Gonzalo Lopez, Mauro Palermo and Lorenzo Cioni in front of Mathis Renet and the British driver Lewis Sumner, Valentin Aparicio and Vinny Beltramelli, and then Karel Vilupek in the top 10 at the moment. Davide Condorelli and Yanis Mora ahead of Tom Del Fos, Salvatore Nito, Alexandra Peifa and Giorgio Filo ahead of Rafael Foghelli, Rion Titinju, Yashuti, Stu Stratton, Giuseppe Dico, Daniel Chabal, Andre Titinju and Charlie Grenier, who's not gone out onto the course as yet. So our drivers are still learning the course as they work their way up to a decent starting point. All of the contenders coming with very different agendas and backgrounds, all racing at the top level to try and learn their craft and learn these fantastic racing karts. Amazing to see them all in their 4 different categories, of course. We've got young, we've got senior, we've got master, and we've got expert. And it really is very cool indeed to see all of these drivers going for their own individual competitions in fantastic style. And we're going to see some really great performances across those 4 classes as the race day continues to progress. But at the moment, the man on the top spot in the practice session is Delano Deckers. In fact, it's a Belgian 1-2-3 at the moment. It's Delano Deckers ahead of Mathis Renet and Tom Del Fos. They've been absolutely monstering it at the moment in practice C, and there's only 72 thousandths of a second between the 3 men, so it looks as though it's going to be very even indeed between the 3 as to who is going to get on the top spot. And it certainly looks as though, certainly in the initial practice group C, Belgium has definitely come here to play for more than just bragging rights. They want to take the whole trophy away with them. But there is going to be a sensational battle in the hot lap when that begins. Few drivers kicking up some dust on the sidelines of the circuit. I've always said if you're not kicking up dust, you're not trying hard enough. So the drivers really are putting on a good showcase to try and get some speed. And here comes the Spaniard talent. Gonzalo Lopez has now gone top spot for the time being. The Spanish driver on a 1:14.726. So a very good start. Oh, and a big spin off there in the practice session. And a driver very adamant that he was forced off the road there. That's at turn 14. And the driver is not happy at all, banging his helmet in frustration. Did you see what he did to me? Well, unfortunately, if you weren't watching him very closely, then you wouldn't have done. But as the driver in question comes over the line now, it is Georgios Theophilou, the Cypriot, that ended up spinning off there. Now, he's adamant that obviously somebody helped him to the scene of that, but without looking at his GoPro later on, we won't really know the ins and outs. I should point out that every kart does carry a GoPro, and that is for judicial purposes. So if a driver does have a bit of a grievance against another driver, they can obviously report it to the race officials, and they can refer back to the footage on the GoPro. So there is an opportunity for a little bit of judiciary from the onboard cameras on these karts. A lot of work, of course, for the judiciary. And I always feel that in karting, there's a lot more work to do than perhaps there would be in the world of cars. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. You sign up for it when you come racing, and you know what's to be expected. So a minute and a half of the session still to run. And it's Gonzalo Lopez with a time of 1:14.726. That's the one on top. Then the three Belgians, second, third and fourth. Delano Deckers, Mathis Renet and Tom Delfos in front of the British driver Tom Sumner. And then in P6, it is the Italian Moro Palermo ahead of Valentin Aparicio, Lorenzo Cioni, Davide Condorelli and Salvatore Nito in the top 10. Karel Velupek is next up, 11th for Poland. Then it's Alexandre Peffer and Vini Beltramelli of France. Janis Mora and Rafael Vogheri of Switzerland are next up in front of Luca Eves, Giuseppe Di Domenico and Georgios Theophilou. Then it is Rion Titinju of Kosovo in front of Daniel Chapalos of Spain, Matthias Stratton and Titinju also of Kosovo. The one driver not to set a time so far is Charlie.
Clear space that they will have. So the driver getting himself dialed in, ready for the first lap.
Now when the green flag will drop on the start line and the drivers will come through to begin.
Got it. nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, won't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. But when I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, won't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. But when I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, won't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. But when I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, won't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none.
No, sì, la sto muovendo, la sto muovendo. Io quella di Max sono adesso. Ma l'ho fatto fino a prima. Ma la mia postazione era diventata questa. Io fino a prima ho fatto questo. Adesso ci torno però.
So it looks to me as though the two drivers that ended up missing their runs in the previous practice session now get their chance to head out and put a lap time in, namely Salvatore Nito and Giuseppe Domenico. They now get their practice runs in. Salvatore Nito getting a lap time there, good enough for 8th position, and Domenico able to run just outside the top 10 on that occasion. Now we've got the drivers getting themselves ready for practice group D. So obviously the final competitors in our competition will now be trying to get themselves up to the sharp end, and there's a lot of great talent in this final group as well. We have Luca Novicazzi for Georgia, the British driver Louis Harvey for any competitors in karting on the international British front. This man needs no introduction at all, and definitely a big name for the professional world of karting to have a go in the TV kart finals, and definitely one of the drivers that could well knock Dennis Holler off his perch. Christian Volpino, Daniele Costanzo,
Alberto Concarini for Italy. Three very
Switzerland, along with the Spaniard Eduardo Caballo, two senior drivers with great experience at this level. The young English competitor Elliot Foster, definitely with an eye on the prize, along with Enzo Girasek, the French driver, and the Georgian Evgeny Kudytsyov. Then we have the French driver Romain Morelli, along with the Italians Federico Galli and Kevin Liguri. The Egyptian talent Youssef Fahmy, along with the young British driver Harry Hurst-Grover. Stefano Catani of Italy and Mathieu Bodelic of France, Riccardo De Filippo and Loris Moccia of Italy, and then Francisco Velasco, the talented senior driver from Spain, and then Alexandro Wittmeyer, Davide Pedeferi, and then the two Swiss drivers, Matteo Guglielmi and Pierre Cajot on the senior contingency front. A lot of great drivers then to go into the competition in practice D. So there's some big names there, some very authoritative competitors to put themselves up at the sharp end. We should see some really intriguing results out of practice D. A lot of drivers here who want to take on the establishment, but they've all got their eyes on that 1 minute 14.388 time in the hot lap set by the German star Dennis Höller, who is already in.
on the clock in the process of what they can do. Actually starts to lose grip because what you start with
Got it. jack, nigga. Another spin. And now whip from the
put on another great display. 8 minutes of practice obviously build up the speed, but they don't necessarily determine who is going to be on the top spot. But again, for the record, it's always good to know who is doing a good job, and Louis Harvey has just gone fastest in the practice session so far on a 1 minute 15.149. Definitely helping him to move his way further forward. He still needs to find another 0.8 of a second if he's going to take the pole position outright away from Dennis Huller. And the more you push the kart, the more the fuel depletes, the kart gets, and the chances of getting that pole position elevate. So we'll have to see what Louis Harvey is going to do. Let's not forget, of course, that Louis Harvey, a great talent in international karting, but these are not the kind of karts he's used to driving. The rental karts are very different driver counterparts that he is used to. British. But drivers will all say, well, you've got to learn how to adapt. TB card overall over, and I think that is Foster working together out on the course to try and build up the speed and work each other to move further forward, and it's certainly working because all three running in the top 5 at the moment until Mathieu Bordelic came along and demoted Harry Hurst-Grover down to P7 along with Alberto Cancarini, who managed to get into 6th position on that lap. So always very impressive to see what the drivers can do at this point in proceedings. Louis Harvey backing right out of the lap on that one to try and build himself up into some space ready for the hot lap. Of course, it's very important to give yourself the best possible chance of moving your way further forward. Watch out, though, for the French contingent here. Enzo Girasek and Mathieu Bordelic definitely looking particularly fast in this practice group. 2nd and 4th at the moment, heavily within the top 5. I would also keep an eye on the Italians in this one. Federico Galli and Alberto Cancarini, both very quick at the moment. So they are definitely going to be ones to put on a bit of a show when the hot lap comes along. 8 minutes of practice is one thing. Getting it done in the flying lap is quite another. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on the driver. To move themselves higher. Position Group D, it is British driver Louis Harvey at the moment, having done a best time so far of a 1:14.8. He's just gone quicker than anybody, ahead of Elliot, Swiss driver Steck, and the two British drivers Harry Hurst-Grover and Elliot Foster in the top 6, all knocking on the door of fast pace. But Louis Harvey definitely the favourite in this group so far to go to the top of the group. 1:14.8, although what he can do on the flying lap, the hot lap as it were, is going to be the most significant part of the swapping of the decks here, as the drivers are working together in the TB Kart X-Kart UK squad. An awful so a handful of drivers have already begun their hot lap. It's now time for the drivers to find the space they need to play with in close proximity. Nutsa Mikachatsi working his way into position there. The Georgian driver, Nutsa Mikachatsi, hoping to work his way further forward. There's Britain, Elliot Foster and Harry Hurst-Grover working together there. But of course, there's going to be a little bit. Here's hot lap. The green flag will fly for these drivers to put themselves into a position. Of course, we'll get to drivers for the first time after this. Try to leave them to qualify so far. They'll be really interesting to see what the drivers can give in terms of competition in the final of A. So we'll get to see what the drivers can produce after what has already been a very solid competition so far. Enzo Girasek lays down the gauntlet, 1:15.287 for the Frenchman. As the drivers are flying their way out through the S's at 9 and 10 on the flick of 11, and very close quarters running indeed at the moment for Elliot Foster and Harry Hurst-Grover, and behind them Louis Harvey getting very quick on the mark. Running with them it's the number 6, that is the kart belonging to Elliot Kanye, who's been very even. So let's see what kind of lap times these guys who were in the mix of the 8-minute going to get to the top. 7-1 still P4 in front of Alberto Cancarini, then Elliot Foster. He could so if he could solve it the run. It's the last couple of laps. Then it's Enzo Girasek and Alberto Cancarini, Budalik, Roman Morelli and Harry Hurst-Grover in the top 10. Then it's Riccardo De Filippo, Pierre Cageux from Youssef Fahmy, Federico Gali and Alexandro Wittmeyer. Then Loris Mocchia from Stefano Catani, Matteo Glielmi. And then it is Kevin De Guri in front of Davide Pedeferi in the top 20 from Christian Polvino, Daniele Costanzo, Francisco Gazzi. So the contenders finish off qualifying. Start to the pit after what is very in happy to get provision because we wait for official but so lap times that we've not plenty of drivers top of their individual practice groups, of course. Harvey in Group C after fantastic it was hard in Group B solve the ball and that who remained on the top spot. Very competitive, some runs there, but we have four very different.
Arnaud de Moulin in Group A. For Germany, Dennis Holler in Group B. For Belgium, Delano Deckers in Group C. And for Great Britain, Louis Harvey in Group D. Doing a fantastic job. Those are the four drivers that topped their groups in the process. So a very good start to the competition then in the TV Kart Finals 2025. So great performance so far then in the qualifying groups. And all of the drivers that have come out onto the course have given us what they've got. And that's obviously over the course of the 8-minute practice session and one lap. Now become a very different competition altogether. We've gone as fast as we can. Now we need to race smart as we can. Racing is very different from practice and qualify. They've now put themselves into the best position they possibly can. And now it's time to see what will happen when they go wheel to wheel. The next time we see all of these guys out on the track, it'll be the first race of competition.
Scusa, ma le interviste sono lì nel gazebo? Non si può girare Alessandro ma l'estremo rimedio. Ce l'ha lì? No, ma dico anche il video. Lì in basso. Ma io pensavo che era dietro di fianco a te sul tetto. Io lì pensavo. Che no? molto, ho suonato qualche... qualche rumorino.
So we're about to go into race competition then in the TV Kart Finals 2025 here at Kartland Paris. The junior category will be the first class on the score, and it'll be a very exciting race battle for all of our junior drivers. Pole position going the way of Leonardo Rivadossi ahead of Alessandro Tersini, then the German star Leon Langer and the British driver Jack Baker from Giovanni
Posato and then Enzo Orocati. Angela Girelmi and Mirko Graziani ahead of Elijah Hartley and Isaac Jameson in the top 10 from Matteo Periferi and Zach Jennings, Andres Montes Garcia from Pablo Balos, Guido Maestri, Filippo Miglioranzi and Jamie Sioptier of France to take up the grid. 17 competitors, and they will have 3 races, 2 today and 1 on Sunday morning, which will set the grid for the junior final on Sunday afternoon. Right, folks, it's been all build up to this point. Now we get to go for racing as the contenders are gearing themselves into position, warming up the tyres and brakes on the formation lap. 8 laps of the course this will be. Leonardo Rivadossi, Alessandro Tersini on the front row of the grid. Second row, Leon Langer and Jack Baker. Third row, Giovanni Pozzato and Enzo Orocati. then Angelo Guglielmi and Mirko Graziani. From Elijah Hartley and Isaac Jameson, then Matteo Pediferi and Zach Jennings, Andres Montes Garcia and Pablo Chipalos. From Guido Maestri, Lippo Miglioranzi and Jamie Sioptier. Good morning, everybody. If you've only just joined us, it's a fantastic day of racing here at Kartland Paris for the first day of competition in the TB Kart Finals 2025. I'm Jake Sanson, your voice and guide over the next 3 days. We've got sprints today, endurance tomorrow, and sprints again on Sunday. Going to be very exciting to see what the contenders will give us over the course of the next few days. But we're starting off proceedings with the first heat in the junior category. And so far, it's been the Italians leading the charge with Leonardo Rivadossi and Alessandro Tersigni at the sharp end of the field. And it'll be very interesting indeed to see what they can do. The karts are in position for the drivers in number order in the way that they qualified. So that's the way that it all plays out for the first run. All the karts are randomly positioned with the numbers in that particular order. And the karts are now lined up in rolling start formation. The contenders will obviously spread out and fan out as they make their way to the first part of the course. So the drivers are now ready to put themselves into big competition order. All the drivers ready for the start of what promises to be a really exciting hat-trick of races in the junior category before we get to the final on Sunday afternoon. It's an all-Italian front row, as we mentioned. Rivadossi and Tersigni, then Langer and Baker, Pozzato and Riccati, Guglielmi and Graziani, from Hartley and Jameson, Pediferi and Jennings, then Montesgartia, Ceballos, Maestri, Miglioranzi and Sieptier. So the juniors are going to charge their way to the first corner. It'll be fascinating to see who gets what done as we wait for the drop and the lights to go out when they are racing for the first time. We will go to starters' orders and the French flag drops. The tricolor waves in the air and the drivers will charge their way to the first corner. Is everybody going to get through without incident? Looks as though they are all just about there, but then comes the hard charge of the right-hander with everybody going over the top of the bridge for the first time. The sunshine glaring on the Nassaus and a couple of drivers already deciding to go for a big charge forward. Don't forget the drivers 11 to 14 years of age. A lot of determination and a lot of guts in this particular field of drivers. Everybody keeping it on the straight and narrow for the first lap so far as they win their way round that long flowing banking that dips down into the tight S's. It's a very tricky part of the course that you slam on the brakes and charge into the left-hander before blipping the throttle back for the right. Then a sharp right-hand square under the flyover, back in for the left-hander, and they come up over the top of the crest now, up towards this relatively quick chicane. The driver's fairly light, of course, being 11 to 14, so they're going to have a lot of work as they come through, but it is the pole sitter still out in front at the moment as Leonardo Rivadossi leads the way through the hairpin. It's going to be some interesting battles into the braking zone, but Rivadossi leads the way, but up in a second position has come kart number 3. That is Leon Langer in front of Enzo Riccati, the Swiss driver. So already there's been some shuffling of the decks as the drivers work their way further forward. Rivadossi leads, Langer, Riccati, Tersigni, Pozzato, and then in P6 it looks to me like there's been a real shuffle of the decks again as the drivers continue on their way forward. My timing screen isn't quite updated. Now it has. It's Mirko Graziani ahead of Jack Baker, Angelo Guglielmi, Isaac Jameson and Zach Jennings ahead of Elijah Hartley, who's lost a couple of positions off the start. But the drivers are still working their way forward. Couple of incidents on the first lap by the look of it, as Andres Montes Garcia has dropped to the back of the grid, as too has Pablo Chibalos. So the two Spanish drivers having some difficulties then on the first start. But as they work their way under the flyover for the second time, it's going to be all down to Leonardo Rivadossi and the Italian holding his nerve as he's got a lot of pressure from the drivers chasing him down. The German talent, Leon Langer, already under some pressure, and that looks like a move for third position. I think that could be Tersigni going down on the inside, but immediately there's opposition as they run side by side for third position. That is the great charge between Alessandro Tersigni and Leon Langer. So Leon Langer is down into third position then, as up into second place has come the number 6 kart of Riccati. So Enzo Riccati into second place, and there's a terrific duel going on for third position between these three drivers, side by side, Langer and Tersigni, and they're being opposed already by Giovanni Pozzato, who's trying to work his way further forward. Goodness me, they almost tangled into turn 1, as now we've got 4 drivers line astern in the hunt for third place. Tersigni, Langer, Pozzato and Graziani into the hairpin for turn number 3. And onto the far side of the course, this is where things are going to get really spicy between our quartet. We have Tosini, Langa, Pozzato and Graziani having a really decent squabble over third position, but great work so far from Enzo Roccati, the Swiss ace, getting into second position and already trying to hunt down the leader, Leonardo Rivadossi, who has got an absolutely dominant streak at the moment out in front. They go under the flyover once again, up over the top of the crest they will come, and up towards the chicane. And Leonardo Rivadossi is leaving them for dead as he works his way through the chicane. Excellent performance so far from the Italian up front. Second place though, Enzo Roccati doing a good job as he runs in second place, the Swiss driver. Into the hairpin, as again a few drivers are trying to work their magic and trying to stay out of harm's way. Big dive up at the inside and a nice overtaking move further back. That's the 12 and the 9 on the 4. So that is Zach Jennings and Elijah Hartley getting ahead of their countryman Jack Baker. So some very tough battles going on then as they run down in the midfield. But out in front, no worries at all for Leonardo Rivadossi, who's got a 1:14.372. That is comparable to the pace that Dennis Höller set on his hot lap in the senior category. So very good work indeed from Leonardo Rivadossi, the Italian, who leads the way out in front. There's a big squabble in the background as the competitors in the midfield are properly squabbling now through turn 3. Every man for himself, as it appears in the background. A lot of good drivers working their way forward, but Rivadossi still the man to beat. A puff of smoke coming up of turn 4, or a puff of dust I should really say. Doesn't look as though there's a problem for any of the karts. It's certainly a problem or two for the drivers if the back end has started to step out on the banking. But Rivadossi has it all his own way in the lead of this one. Enzo Roccati starting to get a rhythm in second place, and in third place it is the German star. It's the Italian star. It's Alessandro Tosini. So Tosini has got into third position, and now it looks like Leon Langer is under some intense pressure here from Mirko Graziani. So Graziani has stepped up the attack. He's now up into fifth position, and he's now going after the German star, Leon Langer. So watch for Mirko Graziani as he works his way into fifth position, looking like he could make the bid into the top 4 here. So Mirko Graziani trying to get on terms with Leon Langer in fourth position. Then it is Angela Glielmi, the Swiss driver. She is driving a great race at the moment, working her way up to P6, having originally started in 7th and lost a bit of time. Now she's into the top 6 again. So Angela Glielmi doing a great job at the moment, the Swiss driver making good inroads into the top 5. So Rivadossi, Roccati, Tosini, Langer, Graziani and Glielmi. Then it's Pozzato, Jameson, Hartley and Baker, the 3 British drivers on the outskirts of the top 10. But now under the flyover, Rivadossi not really losing a lot of ground here to Enzo Roccati, just keeping it nice and steady in the lead of the race. Roccati, however, is being reeled in by Alessandro Tosini. So Tosini really is starting to get the ball down now and try and go after the Swiss ace in second position. As we've got a really nice battle going on for P6. That's Angela Glielmi under some increasing pressure from Giovanni Pozzato. And Pozzato is getting closer all the time, but there is a proper squabble for fourth position, and I think that might be Mirko Graziani now getting ahead of Leon Langer in the chicane. It was indeed. So Graziani now moving up into fourth position, really pitching his moment nicely out of the hairpin and works his way into P4. He's got 3 laps now to try and work his way onto the back of the 2 men fighting for second place, Enzo Roccati and Alessandro Tosini. But a good impression so far made here from Mirko Graziani, who's got himself into fourth position. It is Langer, Glielmi, Pozzato, Jameson, Baker and Pediferi. So good work from Matteo Pediferi and Guido Maestri, who have managed to get themselves ahead of Elijah Hartley and Zach Jennings. Meanwhile, Elijah Hartley has been given a 5-second penalty for contact. Not good news indeed then for the British driver, who picks up the first penalty of the 2025 competition. So Elijah Hartley sadly has ended up in a wrath with the stewards. Now, second place is up for grabs here. Alessandro Tosini all over the back of Enzo Roccati and down into the hairpin. He had to think about it, didn't he? Try to get there on the brakes, decided against it. Maybe he thinks if he's smoother out of the hairpin, he can get a run up towards turn 2 if he times it right through the S's. And there's a real problem, hand in the air, for one of the competitors who's having a problem at the back of the field. I wonder if going off the road has really hampered the chances there. That is the 15 going slowly. So problems then for the 15. That is Guido Maestri. So Guido Maestri having a problem. And that's dropped him right to the back of the field, unfortunately. So Guido Maestro all the way to 13th. as we obviously have non-races at the moment from Andres Montes Garcia, Filippo Miglioranzi and Jamie Sioptier. None of them currently out on the circuit, I'm afraid to say, so just the 14 drivers we currently have. But Leonardo Rivadossi currently 2.3 seconds ahead of Enzo Ricciardi and Alessandro Tassini, who are having a fantastic battle. Meanwhile, Mirko Graziani has set the fastest lap of the race in his bid to close up on second and third place. So that could turn into a real spicy race with a lap and a half to go as they go through to the S's, and Tassini is lining up Enzo Ricciardi. Maybe he could make his bid here up to the hairpin. Tassini looking for his move on Enzo Ricciardi. Again, not close enough. He just wants to pitch his moment on the last lap. He may get an opportunity, but also Mirko Graziani is there in fourth position to pick up the pieces if the move doesn't work. Also good work from Angela Glielmi. She has caught right up to the German Leon Langer. Oh, a bit of a mistake there out of the turn from Giovanni Pozzato. That's going to drop him back from Langer and Glielmi. So they're going to continue their squabble. And there's also a 5-second penalty picked up for Zach Jennings. So we had a 5-second penalty for Elijah Hartley. Now we've got one for Zach Jennings as well. So, my goodness me, the officials really are picking on the Brits in the first part of the competition. But now we're on to the final lap of the junior contest, the first heat of the weekend. And is there going to be enough time for Alessandro Tassini to get on terms with Enzo Ricciardi? No worries at all for the victory, because that is going to be the man up front, Leonardo Rivadossi, as he goes under the flyover for the final time and works his way onto the back straight. He'll then come up to the chicane. It's been one-way traffic for him as Mirko Graziani has done a 1:13.9 to get right onto the tail of the battle for second place. And it is a battle. Ricciardi and Tassini really close up with Graziani in behind. Has anybody got what it takes? They're not close enough to make it happen, so it's going to be Leonardo Rivadossi as he comes off the turn. He'll go through the chicane for the last time, and it's a great opener for Leonardo Rivadossi. He will take the checkered flag. A fantastic start to the weekend for Rivadossi. He gets the win in front of Enzo Ricciardi and Mirko Graziani, who laps up 1:13.7 in the closing stages. That's quicker than anything anybody's done over the course of this event. Fantastic from Mirko Graziani. Leon Langer in fifth in front of Angela Glielmi, and then Giovanni Pozzato, Isaac Jameson, Jack Baker and Matteo Periferi. And then it is Elijah Hartley in front of Zach Jennings, with Guido Maestri and Pablo Ceballos finishing off the order. But what a start to the weekend it is then for Leonardo Rivadossi. He was the quickest in qualifying, and he is the winner of the first heat of the weekend. It is looking like his championship to come up already. Unless somebody can, of course, go back to the drawing board and come up with another exciting battle in the mix. My goodness me, it's going to be a really interesting battle. But Leonardo Rivadossi opening up the first part of the weekend, and it's a great start for Rivadossi. Then Enzo Ricciardi in front of Alessandro Tassini, Mirko Graziani, Leon Langer and Angela Glielmi. From Pozzato, Jameson, Baker and Periferi. Then Elijah Hartley, Zach Jennings, Guido Maestri and Pablo Ceballos. So great performances so far then at the beginning of the competition from Leonardo Rivadossi in junior and SK1 senior competition. Well, we've certainly started the competition the right way then, with a fantastic start to race competition here at Kartland Paris. The first of our junior races clinched by the Italian Leonardo Rivadossi, who really has come out of the blocks fighting fit after pole position in qualifying and then going into the first of our races of the weekend with a fantastic commanding victory. And it's only the start for him, as there is plenty more to come. The next item on our schedule is the pole position awards ceremony in both junior and senior. So now we get to give out our first prizes of the TV Kart Finals 2025, and we're starting with our pole position award. Fantastic in both competitions. We have awards for the pole position in junior and the pole position in SK1. We will start, of course, with the junior. And he's got out of the car to win his first race of the weekend. Leonardo Rivadossi. A fantastic performance from Leonardo. From our first trophy of the competition. Leonardo, congratulations. A good start, a fantastic lap in qualifying, straight into your first victory of the event. What's your feeling at the moment?
Yeah, I'm very happy and I'm confident with the car. And yeah, I'm very happy and I hope to win the second match.
Based on the first race, the pace of the kart, the way the tyres are working, the circuit, what does it make you feel for the second race later?
I think the track is good and I'm confident. So that's it.
Fantastici. Grazie mille. Congratulations. Leonardo Rivadossi, our pole position in the junior category. And of course, we also have a pole position in the SK1 category. Your 2025 TB Kart Finals champion of the pole position in SK1 for Germany, Dennis Holler. Congratulations to Dennis. And we will have a fantastic trophy for the man who's topped the qualifying session in the SK1 category. A hearty congratulations. What a beautiful trophy, Dennis. One of the better ones I think you've picked up in your career. You're very happy. There's not many pole position trophies that make the driver taken aback. It's a nice one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks really fantastic. I'm happy to get it.
So talk us through the process after the practice run yesterday and getting the lap together. After 8 minutes of practice, it must be really tough to pull one perfect lap out of the blue like that.
Yeah, after the qualifying or the free practice yesterday, I felt quite confident with the track, so it's really an amazing one, to be honest. And yeah, I was lucky enough in the free practice this morning to pull away from the pack in the front, so yeah, I was then able to concentrate myself, because no one was around me, so I was really focusing on my hot lap. But yeah, confident. You have to be, don't overshoot everything. Try to be calm in the first laps, and then do your thing. Yeah.
Fantastic show. Well, vielen Dank, Dennis, and we look forward to your progress over the weekend. Yeah. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Holler, your SK1 pole position for the TV Kart Finals 2025. There's more great race action to come. Our two drivers will obviously take the plaudits and the photographs as well, but that keys us up very nicely to get ourselves under starters orders for the SK1 competition. The racing in SK1 about to get underway.
nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Put that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another
Well, folks, it's time for us to get back into the action then in the TV Kart Finals 2025 as we gear up for another exciting showcase in the afternoon's competition, the first of our qualifying heats in the SK1 category. It's going to be a busy schedule now for the remainder of the afternoon's focus as we gear ourselves up for the action in race 1 for the SK1 in groups A, B, C and D. Then we'll have an awards process for the contenders in the top 3 overall for that. And then we will have the second race taking place once again for each of the groups in A, B, C and D, as well as the second heat, of course, in the junior category. So there's going to be some decent prizes to give out later on in the battle. But we continue on with our action here from Kartland Paris, the first day of competition, day 1 of 3 in the TV Kart Finals 2025. Hello to you all, Jake Sanson here in the commentary position as we wait for the drivers to come around at the end of the formation lap in the first of our groups. Hopefully my timing screen is going to update in time so that we can talk you through the competitors out on the grid for this one, but at the moment my timing screen has frozen on the finals from the junior category. So hopefully that will update very quickly indeed. And that gives us an opportunity to then start focusing on the next competition. Of course, the man on pole position is the man who was in pole position in the timing screens, and that was Dennis Holler of Germany. So he finds himself lining up at the front end of the field in the A group, hoping that this is just going to be the start of a very competitive week. But he's got the British driver, Louis Harvey, directly behind him on the starting grid, so that will make things particularly challenging off the start. They will get themselves into their 2 tram lines. They don't want to move out of position until the flag drops. The flag of the tricolor drops in position and we go racing, and they swarm out of their positions now, heading down to the first corner. It's going to be a fantastic start as everybody works their way further forward, hoping for another exceptional charge. So it's going to be interesting to see how things begin to progress for the contenders in position. Currently at the moment my timing screen has not yet updated, so we still have only the contenders from the juniors on my screen, but hopefully we'll be able to pick up from a distance everybody. Looks like there's already been one off at the back of the grid in the first of the practice groups, in the first of the A groups I should say, sorry, because we're now into race trim. So the first of our 4 group races is as now we get to see if it's going to be the very talented Dennis Holler that can hold on to his position at the sharp end of the field. He's already some way down the first part of the course. He's got some real talent underneath him. I think that is Louis Harvey, actually, who's already putting some pressure on Dennis Holler. So the battle is raging between the German and the Brit. So Louis Harvey all over the back of Dennis Holler and finding that he's got some real opposition from the talent. Oh, there's spins in the background, as we've got somebody going off in the tail end of the field there. Unfortunately, it's really caused an upset as drivers are now squabbling for position in the chicane. A couple of drivers now having to recover after squeezing each other out in a very uncompetitive moment there. So there's a lot of squabbles in the deck at that point of the course, and it really has caused a little bit of foray as right to the back we've got a couple of drivers out of position. I think that is Mohamed Lofty, the Egyptian driver, who's not really been able to complete the first run without difficulty there. Ian Anderson finds himself right down to the back of the field there, but it's Dennis Holler from Louis Harvey, and then in third position it is Kevin Capras. I'm delighted to say my timing screen has now updated, so that's much better. I can now see who's competing in SK1 in race 1A. And it is Holler versus Harvey at the moment. Dennis Holler, one of the top arrive and drive racers in the entire world, up against the TB Kart UK representative Louis Harvey, who is all over the German like a bad habit on this first lap. And this is going to be an interesting one as we go into the second lap down to the hairpin. Louis Harvey already trying to pick his moment as he puts the German Dennis Holler under some pressure here. And so the 2 top racers at the front end of the field are already pulling well clear. Third position, Capras in front of David, Furman, Jirasek, Bonacci, Caballo and Bucci. As the field is trying to get its way through without too many dramas. A lot of shuffles of the deck already as the drivers are trying to find themselves in a little bit more tidier positions. A few drivers working their way forward up the ranks as A couple of drivers have had to shuffle their positions at the end of the first lap. It's Dennis Huller that leads the way from Louis Harvey. They're trying to stretch away from Kevin Capras. Then we've got a magnificent squabble going on between Bruno Furman, Maximilian David, Enzo Girasek and Eduardo Caballo. And then we have Alessandro Vanacci in front of Vinny Beltramelli, Riccardo Bucci, and then Roman Morelli, Yanis Mora, Giuseppe Di Domenico, Alexandra Peifa from Daniel Ceballos, and then Joselito Lopez, Salvatore Riccia, Ian Anderson, Daniele Costanzo, Hugo Fascella, Loris Mocchia, and then the lady driver Nutsa Mikachatsi from Georgia ahead of Mohamed Lofti, and then Endri Tatinju of Kosovo. So let's see if Louis Harvey is going to get his run up on the inside of Dennis Holler on this lap. No, he's going to wait for it. He's going to build up to the opportunity. He knows that Dennis Holler is right there in front of him. He's going to bide his time and focus in on the German talent. This could be a really interesting race between these two, and certainly the start of something truly spectacular in this competition, as Louis Harvey puts Dennis Huller under big pressure here up towards turn one. Just waiting, taking his moment. He doesn't have to rush this at all. He can just sit behind Dennis Huller for the entirety of the next 5 laps or so and then wait for his moment to pounce. He is absolutely where he needs to be. In karting, you don't just have to go squabbling for every overtaking move. You've got to read the race very carefully here. And Louis Harvey is no spring chicken. He knows exactly how these races are won and lost. So all he has to do is just sit behind Dennis Huller. This is a good race at the moment for Huller, because it's been a while since he's had this kind of intense competition on the very first laps of a first race of the weekend. So work indeed from the German to hold on to Louis Harvey, but these two are already having a terrific squabble. Then it is the Belgian ace, Kevin Capras, in front of Furman, Girasek and Maxi David. So through the chicane, the leaders come forward, trying to see what other battles are there as well. The two leaders are nose to tail, as we thought they would be. But the battle for 6th position is fairly raging at the moment. We've got Maxi David and Vinny Beltramelli diving up the inside. That is Vinny Beltramelli getting his move there in the hairpin, and he's going to run wide, and that's going to give an opportunity for Eduardo Caballo, who goes on the curbs. Side of Beltramelli, and he is squeezed off the turn. Vinny Beltramelli there, the Frenchman, managing to secure his place there into P6. So Vinny Beltramelli in front of Maxi David and Eduardo Caballo, then Bucci, Vanacci, Morelli, Mora, Di Domenico and Peifa. Is working his way through the field very well indeed at the moment. So the expert driver from the Faroe Islands is making good work of the situation as he works forward. Then it is Joselito Lopez of France in front of Daniel Ceballos, and then Salvatore Ricca, Loris Mocchia, Daniele Costanzo, and then Hugo Fascella from Nutsa Mikachatsi, and then Endri Tatinju and Mohamed Lofti, the Egyptian, is at the tail of the field at the moment. So this is going to be a difficult one. Chris Dudboy Harvey is watching Louis, and not being there is very hard, he says. Watching Louis do such a great job as he now goes side by side with Dennis Holler through the chicane. Elects not to go for the overtaking move. Don't do things too early. Just sits in behind the German at the moment, watching and waiting. Dennis Holler is trying to work out what Louis Harvey is doing, but Harvey is just sitting behind the German, waiting for his moment to pounce, and he's not going to let Dennis Holler know exactly when that moment is going to be, because he knows he's got to time it right if he wants to take the first victory. Penalty for Alessandro Vanacci as he gets a 5-second penalty for contact. So Alessandro Vanacci, who on the road is in the top 10, has lost 5 seconds now added to his time for a penalty. And I think it's at the expense of Loris Mocchia, who's lost quite a few places on this lap. Unfortunate as well that we seem to have had a bit of an issue there for Nutsa Mikachatsi, the Georgian, who represented her nation in the FIA Motorsport Games at Paul Ricard 3 years ago, back into the world of rental karting. Normally she races a Subaru BRZ in sports car competition. So getting herself back into a rental kart again, very tricky indeed. Right, here comes Louis Harvey in the lead in front of Dennis Holler. So he's now in front of the German. So Louis Harvey has pitched his moment very nicely indeed. And not only has he got ahead of Dennis Holler, he's actually starting to pull away from him. So the British driver has got himself a bit of daylight as Louis Harvey now finds himself in front of Dennis Holler. Great Britain takes the advantage here ahead of the very talented Dennis Holler. And for Louis Harvey, this is the beginning of a very impressive charge forward now as he tries to continue his magic. So Louis Harvey hoping to continue this run as he leads the way. 2 laps to go. And it's Harvey, Holler and Capras from Furman, Girasek, Beltramelli and Maxi David. And then Riccardo Bucci from Eduardo Caballo, Yanis Mora, and just outside the top 10, we have Roma Morelli, Giuseppe Di Domenico, Alessandro Vanacci, Ian Anderson, and Alexandra Pfeiffer. So the leading senior is Louis Harvey, the leading master is Dennis Höhler, the leading young driver is Riccardo Bucci, and the leading expert at the moment is Ian Anderson of the Faroe Islands in 14th place, ahead of his rivals Joselito Lopez and Daniel Ceballos. So plenty of contenders in the mix here, but out in front, Louis Harvey is leading. And not only that, but Dennis Höhler is actually struggling. He's about to fall into the clutches of Kevin Capras if he's not careful. Capras has really stepped up the attack, and the Belgian is going to go for second place here on Dennis Höhler. This could be a fascinating turn of events if Dennis Höhler cannot quite find the pace on the last lap. Louis Harvey is going to take this one lying down as he goes into the final lap. So Louis Harvey having a great race of it, and now Kevin Capras is going to try and make the attack on Dennis Höhler into turn one. He'll dive in on the inside line, and he's through. Kevin Capras of Belgium has taken on Dennis Höhler and moves into second position at the expense of the German. So Kevin Capras into P2, makes a very good move of it as he gets into second position. I don't think he's quite going to have the time to go after Louis Harvey, but Dennis Höhler, the man who we all thought was going to be hard to beat, has not only been overtaken by Louis Harvey, but also now by Kevin Capras of Belgium. So this is going to be a much harder task for Dennis Höhler to win this title than he perhaps thought half an hour ago. So as they work their way under the underpass for the last time, Louis Harvey of Great Britain is going to have a perfect run, but Kevin Capras is going to try and dial him in the last lap. He's not quite going to have the time, and if Kevin Höhler's not careful, he might even lose third position here. He's got pressure from Bruno Furman, his countryman, as another couple of penalties come in, this time for Alessandro Vanacci and for the 12 of Riccardo Bucci. But into the final couple of corners, it is going to be a perfect start to the event for the British driver. Louis Harvey will take the checkered flag. A fantastic start for the man for the UK. Louis Harvey wins. Brilliant race for the British driver. Second position, a great run for Kevin Capras of Belgium in front of the two German stars, Dennis Höhler and Bruno Furman. And then Enzo Jirasek in front of Vinny Beltramelli, Eduardo Caballo, Maximilian David, Yanis Mora and Roman Morelli. So an absolutely terrific stuff then for Louis Harvey, who has absolutely perfectly judged the way this race played out. Hung in behind Dennis Höhler until he knew where the move was to be made, and he pulled well clear. And also Kevin Capras was able to move into second position, the Belgian driver setting the fastest lap in the process as well, a 1 minute 14.719. But it's a perfect run out of the blocks for the British driver, Louis Harvey, who opens his account with a win. So for everybody at Team X Kart and TB Kart GB, that's a perfect way to start. Textbook. So Louis Harvey absolutely monstering the competition in his first ever appearance in the TB Kart finals, and that'll do nicely as he gets the plaudits from the team on the pit wall. And it's an epic start to the contest as far as he is concerned. So a great start for Louis Harvey as he comes through after a great duel with Kevin Capras and Dennis Höhler. So that'll start his campaign off very nicely indeed. So the full results then. Louis Harvey taking the win in front of Kevin Capras of Belgium. Dennis Höhler in third for Germany, ahead of his countryman Bruno Furman. And then it is Enzo Jirasek ahead of Vinny Beltramelli, Eduardo Caballo, and then Maximilian David. Yanis Mora in ninth place ahead of Roman Morelli. Then Giuseppe Di Domenico and Alessandro Vanacci. Ian Anderson was the leading expert in 13th, the man from the Faroe Islands ahead of Riccardo Bucci. And then Alexandre Pfeiffer, and then it is Joselito Lopez, my apologies, Loris Moccia, Salvatore Ricci, and then it is Daniel Ceballos from Daniele Costanzo, Hugo Fascella, Mohamed Lofty, Endre Tutunju, and rather sadly at the back of the field on this occasion, it is Nutsa Mikachatsi, who had some difficulties in the mid part of the race. But all of the drivers managed to come home for the checkered flag. And a great start to proceedings for the British driver, Louis Harvey, who came through for his first win of the campaign after a very smart duel with Dennis Holler in the first few laps, just to give himself the best chance to make the move. And then he checked out. Kevin Capras got ahead of Dennis Holler as well, and that secured the victory for the Englishman. But there's a lot more still to do over the course of this weekend. Louis Harvey has got 2 more races to come, one this afternoon and one on Sunday morning. And it'll be fascinating to see if that's the beginning of the bandwagon or if there's a few things in the tail. Of course, don't forget the drivers do get a bit of a shuffle of the deck in terms of which kart they're given, so they're not going to have the same advantage every time. So it'll be really exciting to see how it all continues. So now we get ourselves ready for the second battle. So it'll be an exciting competition for all of the contenders. Let's see what will happen in the second group, as we now have a new batch of drivers to take on the Kartland Paris circuit for race 1B. And so all of the drivers will get themselves ready in position for that. But it's certainly a very strong and positive start for Team GB, as the drivers now extricate themselves from the karts, and we'll get ready for the second rotation of races. But the leading drivers in each of the categories are as follows. Louis Harvey was the leading senior as well as the winner overall. The leading master, the Belgian driver Kevin Capras, in second position. The leading young driver on this occasion was the Swiss driver Yannis Mora. And then the leading expert was the man from the Faroe Islands, Ian Anderson, who came through as the leading driver in class. So a fantastic competition has already got ourselves underway then, as the first of our SK1 races has completed. And now the drivers are already getting themselves set and ready for race number 2, which is for the drivers in Group B. And so we're ready then to go back into the action for the second of our races of the weekend. It's going to be an interesting one for the drivers at the sharp end here because we've got a lot of great talent in this one. Arnaud Demoulin and Kevin Tuvenin lead the way in the Masters category from Lucas Urbani and Enea Cimini. And then we have Mauro Palermo and Julien Delacroix ahead of Mathis Renet and Tom Delfos. Alberto Cancarini and Ion Tukis from Salvatore Nito and Harry Hurst Grover. Riccardo De Filippo and Youssef Fahmy from Federico Galli and Anna Vodecka. Stefano Catani and Kevin Ligori from Anthony Nesta and Nikos Dimitru. Rafael Vogeli, Davide Bonaretti, Marianne Nicoli and Adrian Speroni. So the contenders are getting themselves into a good position then as we get ourselves dialed in and ready for another exciting battle out on the course. So with the drivers then preparing on the rolling lap to get everything under starters orders, it'll be a very interesting one in race 1B for the SK1 Finals 2025. Everybody getting themselves into a good rhythm and a good flow. Another rolling start, of course, as all of the races are rolling start in this category. But the drivers are ready for what promises to be a very tight race at the sharp end of the field. Everybody working very hard indeed to give us another great battle out in front. Great to see all of your support and all of your encouragement for the drivers as well on the social media. Good to see everybody getting eager and G'd up for a very impressive race. It's an all-masters front row of this one with Arnaud Demoulin and Kevin Tuvenin, and then Urbani, Cimini, Palermo, Delacroix, Renet, Delfos, Cancarini and Ioanu. From Nito, Hurst Grover, De Filippo, Fahmy, Galli, Vodecka, Catani, Ligori, Nesta, Dimitru, Vogeli, Bonaretti, Nicoli and Speroni as the drivers come off the grid and they will charge their way to the start-finish line. Let's see if we get the tricolor down first time of asking. We do, and we're under starters' orders as the drivers charge away to turn one. A very impressive race to the first corner. We'll just make sure everybody's got through the first two apexes without incident. Tied through into the very tight but very quick turn two, and everybody has got through without too much drama. So everybody keeping it nice and tidy on the opening lap, although there is a bit of a side-by-side for the lead already. So it looks as though the two drivers that have taken into the battle, Arnaud Demoulin and Kevin Tuvenin, are already dueling away as they squabble side-by-side. And there's a three-card squabble, in fact, for the lead. Looks like we've already got some overtaking up at the sharp end of the dais as they work their way through the S's and then get back under the flyover once again. Everybody working very closely in the mix. But who is going to be emerging out in first position? I would guess it's probably not going to be Arnaud Demoulin. There's already been a lot of dueling away as they work their way into the fast chicane for the first time. Already a couple of squabbles in the deck here. Well, it is currently the number 3 who's out in front. That's Lucas Urbani. So Lucas Urbani has got into the lead of the race here as they go through the hairpin for the first time and up in the second position. What a charge forward from the number 7. An amazing charge forward from Mathis Renet. So Mathis Renet, the Belgian, is now in P2, and it's an absolute dogfight in the middle of the course as they go into the chicane for the first time. A couple of drivers having to hop and skip over the curbs. A very scary start in some cases then, but it's Lucas Urbani who leads the way here from Mathis Renet and Mauro Palermo. Then Arnaud Demoulin, who finds himself in 4th position. A bit of a pressure cooker now building as Mathis Renet closes up on the Frenchman Lucas Urbani. The lead of the race is Urbani, then Renet, Palermo, Demoulin, De Filippo, Cancarini and Enea Cimini. So the leader in senior is Lucas Urbani, the leader in young is Palermo, the leader in master is Arnaud Demoulin, and the leader in expert is Salvatore Nito, and they are all together in the top 5 of this race. It's already a very close battle, but can Mathis Renet, the Belgian, take on Lucas Urbani? He's very close to him as they go down the back straight. And it looks to me as though Arnaud Demoulin is going to be putting some pressure on the man in 3rd position. So it's going to be tight all the way to the hairpin this time by, but Mathis Renet, the Belgian, really starting to hamper and ram up the pressure on Lucas Urbani as they go into the hairpin for the first time. Already some exciting duels. Couple of overtaking moves in the final part of the hairpin, and there's a little bit of pushing and shoving as well as drivers are fighting a little bit too close for comfort. They'll now head side by side into the chicane, looking for a big dive, and a couple of moments there getting a little bit far too wide in the back straight. Well, as they come across the line, it got a little bit choice for a couple of manoeuvres there. But certainly in the battle in the top 10, we've got a lot of duels. We've got the leaders battling. Third place, there's a squabble. And we've also got a duel for 6th and a duel for 8th position, all the way down to P11. So we've got Urbani versus Renette. We've got Palermo versus De Malor. Salvatore Nito's on his own. And then we've got the Filippo versus Cancarini. And then we've got Duvanen, Cimini, Hurst Grover and Ligori all locked together in fantastic squabbles in the far side of the course. They come under the flyover. Back onto the back straight again. And this is all about when we're going to get to see this move. Lucas Urbani's going to have to defend from Mathis Renette. Renette having a very tall race of it. And here comes Arnaud De Malor. De Malor really fancying a chance to get back in a third position past Mauro Palermo. But Mauro Palermo comfortably keeping an eye on things in third position. He knows that Arnaud De Malor is going to be right there all the way through, but he's got to be very focused about where he positions the car. And it'll be very tricky from out of that hairpin onwards as they come onto the back straight again. A few drivers trying to take a fairly decent line of it as they make good progress. So all of our contenders still having a good run of it. It looks like only Adrian Speroni is not out there on the course. But everybody still going all the way down to Marian Nicoli in 23rd. So the battle's still going strong as Lucas Urbani still tries to shake off the Belgian Mathis Renette. They go through the banking, and behind them Palermo and De Malor are still having a very nice duel for third position. Could go anybody's way as they go through the chicane, under the bridge and back underneath onto the back straight again. It's all going to be about patience for Mathis Renette. He will have seen the hard work that Louis Harvey did to get past Dennis Holler, and he'll want something similar. But he's got to time it right. He doesn't want to rush this. This is still only lap 4. And so he's got to try and base the move and go for the move in the hairpin. He'll dive in through the inside line. They run side by side. And it's going to be tight on the exit. And on this occasion, it does not go on for Mathis Renette. He has to hang back. Lucas Urbani retains the lead. And that's going to bring third and fourth, Palermo and De Malor, very close to them as they go back down the main straight. So we've now got 4 drivers battling for the victory. The momentum that you lose there, going side by side in the hairpin, has made this from a 2-horse race into a 4-horse race. All 4 drivers now in the hunt for the victory. Urbani, Renette, Palermo and De Malor. They're going to be very close together. There's a nice little duel for 5th place now as we've got Duvanin, Nito and Cancarini. They're all together as they scrap over 5th position. They go through onto the banking on the far side of the course. They drop out of my sight, and then they work their way to the far side of the course, under the chicane and under the bridge. They'll come back into view as they go onto the back straight. But a very aggressive stance from the leading quartet, as now it's very tight indeed as to who's going to be leading. Is it still going to be Urbani? Only just, but Mathis Renette is really hungry to get into the lead. We've seen the Belgian already prepared to go side by side with Lucas Urbani to take the lead, but he hasn't been able to do it yet. He needs to come back at him. Meanwhile, that's going to be Arnaud De Malor on the inside to get third position. Will he be able to tidy up the exit? No, he doesn't. It's a good duel for the two of them. Oh, he has made it work. So Arnaud De Malor into third position then on the overtake on Mauro Palermo. So a great little tussle, and we've got a great squabble going on further back as Harry Hurst Grover has now got ahead of Enea Cimini and Tom Del Foss. So Harry Hurst Grover doing a fair job there just on the outskirts of the top 10. But it's side by side again for third position as Arnaud De Malor is trying to shake off Mauro Palermo. Palermo wants to get back into the top 3. So it's getting pretty spicy, but now for the lead, we've got 3 laps to go, and Mathis Renette has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.7. So it's going very well indeed for Mathis Renette. So we could see a really exciting duel as they continue to squabble away. But Mathis Renette really trying to get into that second position spot ahead of Lucas Urbani. We'll see if there's an opportunity again as they come onto the back straight. Urbani having to defend from Mathis Renette, and again, Mauro Palermo thinks he still has what it takes to get into third place here in front of Arnaud De Malor. Oh, and a run wide from De Malor. That could be enough for Palermo, who's got good opportunity there, but Arnaud De Malor holds his nerve. While for the lead, it's side by side as Urbani tries to shut down Mathis Renette. Still, they squabble away, and there's 4 karts now squabbling over P5. That's Duvanin, Nito, Cancarini and Liguri. As Harry Hurst Grover leads the charge from 9th position downwards. That's Enea Cimini in 10th place, ahead of Tom Del Fos and Julian de la Cretaz. Then Riccardo De Filippo, Federico Gali, and then Tukkesionu. And then we have Stefano Catani from Davide Bonaretti, although Bonaretti has now got ahead of Catani. Then it's Anthony Nesta, Anna Vodecka, Raffaele Vogeli, Youssef Fahmy, Nikos Dimitrou and Marian Nicoli. So still great racing all the way down this pack, but we're on the penultimate lap now. Surely Mathis Renet is going to have to pull something special out of the bag here to get on terms with Lucas Urbani, the Frenchman, going down the back straight now as they come under the bridge, and they're going to be nose to tail, but Mathis Renet is not as close to Lucas Urbani as he'd like to be, as Urbani has started to get a little bit of daylight now between himself and Mathis Renet. So Urbani and Mathis Renet having a very good race of it. In 3rd position, it looks to me as though Palermo has got back in front of Arnaud De Melor. So the Italian is back into 3rd position once again. Good racing from the youngster. 5th place to number 2, that is Kevin Tuvenin, and he's starting to drop Salvatore Nito and Alberto Cancarini, who are having a great duel here with Kevin Liguri. So they're all still having a great race of it as we go into the final lap of race 1B of the SK1 finals. Oh, and off the road out of the final turn, it looks like somebody there having to take big evasive action. He's going to lose about 3 places. I think that's Federico Gali. No, it's Riccardo De Filippo. Riccardo De Filippo having big problems there on what is the final lap. And it looks as though we've got problems there just outside the top 10. 2 drivers going wheel to wheel, and a little bit of steam coming off the right rear quarter. I've not seen that on a rental kart for a while. I wonder if he was just rubbing something on the bodywork there. Maybe a little bit of contact earlier. Certainly there's a technical flag for the 23. Now that is Marian Nicoli. So Marian Nicoli with a technical flag, unfortunately, and that's game over for him. But Lucas Urbani has checked out from Mathis Renet. So Mathis Renet, 2nd position for him, but he's going to be 3rd. Is it going to be Palermo or is it going to be Arnaud De Melor? Palermo's defending. De Melor can go slow in, fast out, and get up alongside Marno Palermo, who chops across him. But out in front, it is going to be Lucas Urbani. Urbani will take the victory. Nicely done from Lucas Urbani, ahead of Mathis Renet. Then it is Mauro Palermo, who does manage to hang on in front of Arnaud De Melor. Great racing all the way then, and a victorious challenge from the Frenchman Lucas Urbani. So a great effort and a fantastic duel. It is Lucas Urbani who takes the win in the end after a very solid run ahead of Mathis Renet, then Mauro Palermo, and then in 4th position it is Arnaud De Melor in front of Kevin Tuvenin, Salvatore Nito, Alberto Cancarini and Kevin Liguri from Tom Del Fos, and Harry Hurst Grover in the top 10. Then in 11th position it is Enea Cimini ahead of Julian de la Cretaz, Tukkesianu and Davide Bonaretti, then Federico Gali, Stefano Catani, Anthony Nesta, Riccardo De Filippo, Anna Vodecka, Raffaele Vogeli, and then Youssef Fahmy and Nikos Dimitrou ahead of Marian Nicoli, who was the last driver to cross the line. The senior, Lucas Urbani, the leading young driver, Mauro Palermo, the leading master is Arnaud De Melor, and the leading expert is Salvatore Nito, and they were all in the top 6. Fantastic racing, yet again another even Stevens contest in the TB kart battle, but it is the Frenchman Lucas Urbani that is able to come through for a very deserving victory after a very cool, calm and delivered battle. So Lucas Urbani can be very happy with the way he's opened his account after what was always going to be a very tough race battle. And so everybody has made good work of the situation out on the course. The drivers retreat back into the pits, and we've started the ball rolling very nicely indeed in our competition for victory for Louis Harvey in race 1A. And in race 1B, it is now the Frenchman Lucas Urbani who manages to add to the tally. Are we going to get a 3rd different nation in the rankings of the victory? So it's very interesting for the competition as they continue. But certainly for the Frenchman Lucas Urbani, no problems at all to start off in winning fashion. Having had a very good opener, the race was always going to be a tough one, and the race battles are always going to be very exciting in a competition like this when everybody's got exactly the same equipment, and it all comes down to driver skill and noosh. And for Lucas Urbani, it's a very solid start as the Frenchman opens his account with a victory over the Belgian Mathis Renet. So a good start in proceedings there. And for the Italian, Mauro Palermo, good to see him come through in third position after what's already started out as a very even and exciting competition across the first two races. Louis Harvey victorious in the first race, and then it's the Frenchman Lucas Urbani who gets the job done in the second. We've got race 1C coming up shortly, and that will tell us a little bit more about how things are progressing. But it's a win for Great Britain and a win for France from Lucas Urbani after a very cool, calm and delivered race in front of the Belgian Mathis Renet. And I think that's just the start of the great battles out on the course. There's a lot more still to come here at Kartland Paris.
nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none.
The engine revs rise once again here as we put ourselves back into the hunt once more and ready for Group C of the SK1 finals here in the TB Kart Finals 2025. And it's Samuel Libert who is on pole position for this one alongside Delano Deckers, the Belgian, then Elliot Macagni and Chris Dimitriou from Orlando Sidotti and Gonzalo Lopez, then Evgeny Kudyusov and Vadim Molinov, the Georgians, ahead of Elliot Foster and Mattia Lobianco to round out the top 10. Then Alessandro Pace and Valentin Aparicio from Christian Schulhey and Karel Vilupek. And then we have a fantastic duel for all of the contenders further back, who are still going to give us plenty of excitement, I'm sure, as we gear ourselves back up under starters' orders once again. All the drivers very hungry for success here, as they want a little bit more from the Kartland Paris circuit. And we're certainly getting into the heat of the competition now. The battle really is raging, with all the drivers wanting to give us even more drama in the early phase of the Bay battle. Behind Karel Vilupek is Davide Condarelli, and then Luca Evis from Matteo Glielmi, Davide Pediferi, Matteo Sciutti, and then Javier Ceballos, Giorgio Stiafilo, Stu Stretton, and then Jovalin Nicoli and Lorenzo Bruzzo, the young Swiss, lining up in position. Good to see everybody really putting on a good show so far. The racers definitely gearing up in the first two races, and now we're going to see if we can have a different nation on the top spot. We've had a British driver in Louis Harvey, and we've had a Frenchman in Lucas Urbani. The next battle is going to be a very tough one to be won, but Samuel Libert, the master driver, lining up in pole position this time. It's going to have a lot of opposition right from the outset, that is for sure, as the drivers are determined to give us an excellent showcase from the off. And so with the drivers into position, looking for another exciting charge, we'll see who is going to be at the sharp end. The pace kart pulls off, and now it's time to see who is going to have a clean start from the outset. Samuel Libert, alongside him, Deckers, and then Macagni, Dimitriou, Sidotti, Lopez, Kudisov, Molinov, Foster, Lobianco, Pace, Aparicio, and the tricolor is going to drop now, and the drivers charge forward for the first corner. Good start initially from Samuel Libert. Is he be able to hold it into the first corner? Everybody trying to charge through. Looks like he's got a magnificent launch, and already up the inside into second place. That looks like Delano Deckers has lost ground to Elliot Macagni, the Swiss. So as they work their way into the first couple of corners in through turn 3, it's 3 wide behind the top 3, and there's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy perhaps as the drivers try to work their way back into position. Oh, and there's a little bit of jockeying for position. A lot of drivers in the mid-pack there holding each other up as they run through. They've got to be so careful that they don't take each other off in the first part of the lap, because not only is there a risk of a penalty, but it's going to ruin any progress of getting their way further back up the order for the rest of the race progression. So you've got to be so careful about where you position yourself on the first lap. As a brilliant comeback charge, that is Delano Deckers. Delano Deckers, I believe, has got into the lead now. So Deckers has got through. Oh, and a little bit of a run wide there for the number 2. That is... for the number 8 or 9, I think that is, actually running their way through. A lot of toing and froing on the far side of the course, as we had the number 7, it was actually running wide there. That was Evgeny Kudusov. And there's a lot of squabbling to and fro, and we got a spin. Oh, contact, 2 or 3 karts coming together there at the end of the lap, and a lot of drivers having to take avoiding action. Well, a very messy squabble at the end of the lap there, as several drivers dropped back. I think we lost a lot there from Valentin Aparicio, Christian Schulhe, Javalin Niccioli, and Javier Ceballos, all caught up in that one, as was Matteo Guglielmi. So a big squabble at the end of the first lap there. Just as well, everybody could just about keep going, but that was an absolute mess at the end of the first lap as everybody tried to get through the chicane. One kart spun and everybody just went in together and had to take avoiding action either on the grass or around the outer perimeter of the corner. So Delano Deckers is now your leader from Chris Dimitriou and Gonzalo Lopez, with Samuel Libert all the way down to P6. So it does look as though we're going to get 3 different nations winning the first 3 races of the TV Kart Finals. As in P1 we've got Delano Deckers, the Belgian, being chased by the Cypriot, Chris Dimitriou, and then the Spaniard, Gonzalo Lopez, running a very solid P3 in front of the Georgian, Vadim Molinov. But Vadim Molinov looks like he's sizing up a move here, and Gonzalo Lopez having to defend into the chicane, and Molinov has been held up there. So Vadim Molinov really trying to get a little bit more out of this position. As Vadim Molinov trying to dive in on Gonzalo Lopez, he'll be frustrated there that Lopez wasn't really able to move his way further forward, and there is a penalty handed out. It is to Valentin Aparicio, and that is for contact. So the Spanish driver, Valentin Aparicio, right up in the sharp end, but he's already been given a 5-second penalty for contact. And that is basically what we refer to in the karting world as ABC, or advantage by contact. So 5-second penalty handed to Valentin Aparicio as he has gained time there through contact. So that's what the officials have determined. Got a terrific battle for the victory now. Delano Deckers leads the way for Belgium. Then it is the Cyprus driver Chris Dimitriou, Gonzalo Lopez of Spain, Orlando Sirotti of Italy, and then Samuel Libert is in front of Vadim Molinov now, the Georgian, in P6. Gonzalo Lopez has dropped now behind Orlando Sirotti, and here comes the duel as Vadim Molinov has another go at Samuel Libert. So Samuel Libert is there in position, trying to work his way through, and further back up on the inside, that is Evgeny Mutudazov getting ahead of Elliot Makani. Oh no, sorry, he's dueling away with the 14. That is Karol Vilupek, the Polish driver. So Vilupek and Vadim Molinov having a great tussle there. Evgeny Mudusov, I should say, is having a great tussle there. So still they give us a good showcase. But the battle for third position is a 5-kart squabble right now. Sirotti, Lopez, Libert, Molinov and Vilupek. And it looks like a technical flag then for Javalin Niccioli. So Javalin Niccioli having a problem. He's been given the technical flag, and I think he's going to tumble the kart back into the pits. Very unfortunate indeed for Javalin Niccioli. So looks like the Algerian brings the kart into the pits then to retire from the race. He's not entirely sure what the situation is, but a technical flag going out then to Javalin Niccioli. Right, out in front, Delano Deckers keeping good pace here in front of Chris Dimitriou, and then the rest of the field is a fairly long way back now as Orlando Sirotti runs in third place in the TV Kart overalls ahead of Gonzalo Lopez. So Gonzalo Lopez having a very good run of it, but out in first position. A good race so far from the Belgian Delano Deckers as Chris Dimitriou runs in second place, and there's a real argy-bargy going on there behind Elliot Foster trying to dive in at the chicane. Foster is not going to get pushed around easily, and they're going to run 4 wide as they come off the turn. That's going to get messy as Davide Condorelli and Alessandro Pace are able to get ahead of Makani and Foster, who have cost themselves a lot of time there squabbling away. So very tricky indeed. Valentin Aparicio, by the way, is currently in P6 on the road, but he's down to P9 in the rankings thanks to his 5-second penalty. But out in first position, it is still Delano Deckers in front of the Cypriot Chris Dimitriou, having a very solid race of it in P2 and starting to get closer to Delano Deckers, although on the last lap Deckers got a 1:14.9 compared to Chris Dimitriou on a 1:15.1. So the two men just getting away from the rest of the pack. Looks very solid for the Belgian and the Cypriot. So they run out in the lead, but for third position, it's anybody's guess, as Orlando Sidotti has now got Gonzalo Lopez all over the back of him. They're going to go side by side nearly, down to the hairpin. Sidotti is almost defending here from Gonzalo Lopez, with right in behind Molinov, Libert, and I think Aparicio is in there. Yes, indeed he is, although he's got a 5-second penalty in P6. So he's going to drop quite a long way back down the pack. Meanwhile, Louis Foster has held on to 10th position for the time being on this lap. Evgeny Kudisov and Karel Vilupek are still squabbling over what is now 7th place. It should be 8th, of course, but Aparicio's 5-second penalty costs them. And now Elliot Foster has worked his way back into P10 ahead of Davide Condorelli, as the mix for third position is getting pretty spicy now. On the back straight, they are having a fantastic squabble, and Orlando Sidotti is just allowing Gonzalo Lopez to go wheel to wheel here with Valentin Aparicio, Vadim Molinov and Samuel Libert. They're having an absolutely sensational run, but it's no change in the lead, with Delano Deckers still in front of Chris Dimitriou, who's actually really upping his pace here, the Cypriot. So if he can keep up the tempo over the last 2 laps, he has a chance to reel in the leader Delano Deckers a little. But for Orlando Sidotti, this is going to be tough to hold third place. He's going to have a lot of pressure from the Spaniard. Gonzalo Lopez is diving up the inside. I think Valentin Aparicio has got into 5th on the road, although he's going to have a bit of pressure off the hairpin. They'll run side by side. And for the moment, Vadim Molinov has had to hold back. You've still got Samuel Libert in the mix there as well, don't forget. So there's a lot of squabbling side by side coming off the hairpin. We've got a duel going on between Luca Evis and Alessandro Pace. And it looks to me as though it's the 16 that's got away in first position. So a fascinating situation, as Valentin Aparicio has picked up another penalty. So Valentin Aparicio picks up a second time penalty. That means the Spaniard now has 10 seconds added on to his time. So Valentin Aparicio really not doing himself any favours here, with 2 5-second penalties for contact. And that really causes him a big issue. He was going to be in the top 10. Now he's going to be right outside it. He's in 13th currently behind Matteo Lobianco. And he's in danger of losing that place to Luca Evis and Alessandro Pace. So it's Delano Deckers and Chris Dimitriou. They are on the penultimate lap as they come up to the hairpin, and still Orlando Sidotti is trying to hold off Gonzalo Lopez, who's got a good run off the chicane. Sidotti knows he's there. Lopez is trying to outfox him into the hairpin under the brakes, but Orlando Sidotti is having to go a little bit defensive here to Gonzalo Lopez. Valentin Aparicio is 5th on the road, but now he's got 10 seconds added to his race time. So this is not good news for Valentin Aparicio, who's going to lose a lot of ground. Molinov is now in front. So is Libert. So is Kudisov and Vilupek. But what about the battle further back? Well, Elliot Foster and Elliot Macagni have both got ahead of him on the times now, and so too has Matteo Lobianco, while Davide Condorelli, Alessandro Pace and Luca Evis are not quite on the same pace as Aparicio now. So on to the final lap. The drivers have gone. It's still an epic war for third position. We'll try and pick that up as they come back into view. They've gone round the banking now, so out of sight of me. But as they go under the flyover, it is no worries at all for our race leader, as Delano Deckers is on course to finish the job here ahead of Chris Dimitriou, who is closing in, but he's going to run out of laps to get on terms with the Belgian. A good effort here from Chris Dimitriou, and he will come home in second position. Third place is going to be side by side. Orlando Sidotti and Gonzalo Lopez having a great jolt out of the hairpin. Sidotti trying to keep Gonzalo Lopez to his left side, but he's going to have to tighten the radius on the exit. Lopez is going to be alongside as Delano Deckers takes the checkered flag. Chris Dimitriou comes through for third, and it's good defensive tactics from Orlando Sidotti that secures third position for him then on the final lap. Good work from Sidotti ahead of Gonzalo Lopez, Vadim Molinov and Samuel Libert, as Valentin Aparicio is going to take 2 5-second penalties from this race. And that's going to drop Aparicio to 10th position in the final reckonings. Samuel Libert is promoted to 6th place. Then it's Evgeny Kudusov, and Elliot Foster is promoted up into 8th place ahead of Elliot Macagni and Valentin Aparicio with his 10-second penalty down to P10. And then in 11th it is Davide Condorelli ahead of Matteo Lobianco. And then Karel Vilupek got a 5-second penalty there on the final lap for contact as well, ahead of Luca Evis, Alessandro Pace, Davide Periferi, Giorgio Stiafilo in 15th, I think that is at the end. 17th place. Then Matteo Guglielmi, Javier Ceballos, Christian Schulhey, Mattia Schutti, Stu Stretton and Javelin Nicoli at the tail end of the field, retiring after 2 laps of racing with a technical flag. So job done then, as we've got 3 different race nations from 3 different races as winners. We started the day with the British driver Louis Harvey, then the Frenchman Lucas Urbani, and now it's the Belgian Delano Deckers that comes through to grab another scintillating victory. Very good work indeed so far. And the racing just keeps getting better and better as the heats continue on. But after a very strong drive at the start, getting into the lead on lap 1 and working his way forward, it's Delano Deckers that gets the job done then in the 3rd heat. And so a very strong start to the contest from all of the contenders that have taken a victory. And interestingly enough, none of the drivers that have taken a victory so far have done so from pole position. So we've definitely had some good races so far, because Louis Harvey and Lucas Urbani both started their races from P3 on the grid. P2 on the grid was the man who came through for the victory on this occasion. That was Delano Deckers of Belgium. So a very strong start to proceedings then, with the drivers really getting good ground in the early phase. But it is the Belgian star, Delano Deckers, who is running down pit lane to enjoy the post-race celebrations. He's clearly very happy with this one and wants to celebrate with the team. Oh, he's run back, actually, to go and grab a tool by the look of it. And I think it's because he needs to take his seat insert off the kart, because he obviously needs to give that kart to somebody else later. But it's a great start for the competition here in the TB Kart Finals 2025 at Kartland Paris, as we have had 3 very different winners from the 3 races so far. Louis Harvey of Great Britain, Lucas Urbani of France, and now Delano Deckers of Belgium. And it'll be very interesting indeed to see who gets the job done in our 4th heat of the Group 1 battle. So race 1D will be next up, and all of the drivers getting themselves standing by and into position for that one. I'll be really intrigued to see what the order is going to be after this, because we've got some really tasty battles to come, and the drivers know now exactly how tricky it's going to be. But now we've got 3 different race winners to start the ball rolling in Louis Harvey, Lucas Urbani, and now Delano Deckers of Belgium. A good start to proceedings then, and an epic start to the contest. We'll see how things continue on here at Kartland Paris as we move into race 1D. And so we move on now to the next phase of the competition, which is for the drivers in Group 1D. These are the 4th fastest competitors from the groups so far. We've had 3 different winners from the first 3 race heats that have taken place here in the TB Kart Finals 2025 at Kartland Paris so far. 3 different race winners: Louis Harvey of Great Britain, Lucas Urbani of France, and Delano Deckers of Belgium. Now it's time to see if we'll get a 4th different nation up at the top spot in these first heats of the competition. And it really has been fantastic to see all of the close proximity of the race action that we've had in these TB Kart Finals 2025. So getting ready for the next group of competitors as we prepare for another exciting battle out on the course. So the drivers are gearing up ready for the start, and all in a very decent position now as we gear up ready. The drivers will be preparing for an exciting battle now. It's going to be Olivier Laurençon who will be in pole position alongside Jacques Jorot. And then on the second row of the grid, it will be Ivan Moreno and Dario Ferreras, the 2 Spanish drivers. Then we'll have Luis Sumner alongside Javier Martinez, with Francisco Alfaro and Michael Demetriou next up. Then it is Mathieu Boudelic and Lorenzo Cioni. Ryan Bomasata and Giovanni Mollo come next from Pierre Cajou and Fioravante Pallavicino. Alexandra Wittmeyer and Thomas Delamere, and then it is Noah Carra and Jose Suarez. And then we have Christian Polvino and Rion Tutinju from Girard Corentin, Thomas Holland, and then Francisco Velasco and Charlie Grenier. So all of the contenders ready in the mix then to see who's going to get the job done. Will it be Laurençon or Jorot into the first corner first? Going to see plenty of good battles from behind them as well. And keep an eye on Ivan Moreno, the Spaniard, in 3rd position with the red overalls. Definitely one to watch out for. As well in the second row of the grid. Could see some big pushes forwards. Also the British driver Lewis Sumner is one to keep an eye on as they work their way forward. They're in the 2 tram lines and we're going to go racing. The tricolor drops and we are racing. It's a very late call for the tricolor, but off we go to the first corner. Immediately there's going to be some big battles forward as Ivan Moreno gets into 2nd position behind Laurençon. So as they work their way through, already a bit of dust kicked up as Moreno trying to get into the lead then. Lead up. So it looks like it's going to be a tough one in this race. Lewis Sumner trying to find himself a little bit of space on the opening lap. A bit of dust kicked up at turn 2 and at turn 3 as well. So a lot of big pressure on the drivers as they've already started to get themselves into close proximity battling on the banking once again. Up towards the chicane. Square left-hander dropping through the right, then up through the right square, under the bridge, and then up through the left-hander they will go once again. Onto the back straight. Ivan Moreno desperately trying to get into the lead here, but he's had to settle for 2nd position for the time being as Laurençon continues leading the way here. Excellent performance so far as the drivers are just trying to keep themselves into a very tidy position. Oh, it's the 2 that is actually leading the way. So it's not Laurençon who is the race leader. That is actually Jacques Jorot. So Jacques Jorot is the leader. Laurençon is down to 3rd position, and there's a lot of squabbling further back as drivers are trying to move their way further forward. It's all gone terribly wrong for Lewis Sumner, who's had a problem on the first lap and dropped all the way down the order to the back end of the field. So it looks like a lot of overtaking moves are going to need to come now from the British driver. So Lewis Sumner, I think he got squeezed on the outside at turn 2, and as a result has dropped all the way down the back of the field. Very unfortunate for the Englishman. So the rest of the drivers are now having to squabble away through, but the top 3 are certainly very close together as they run nose to tail. It is Jorot that leads the way at the moment, having a very solid run. So Jorot having a good battle at the moment. Still good battles all the way. For some reason my timing screen does not appear to be showing 1D. I'm not entirely sure why that's working out, but the chronos are going to be updated very soon indeed, I hope, because at the moment we've definitely got different drivers out of position than what the timing screen is giving us. But it looks like Ivan Moreno is going to have to work very hard indeed here to keep back a feisty and determined Olivier Laurençon. Laurençon in 3rd position, tucked up behind Ivan Moreno, trying to get through at the hairpin. No problems at all for the race leader. Bit of a bounce as he comes off the curb. So pressure for Jacques Jorot. So Jacques Jorot may get an opportunity here to defend his position, because he's going to have to, I think. Oh my word, it's 5 wide further back. Drivers all over the shop as they try to get through in the chicane. I've never seen anything quite as ferocious as that. as two drivers have already picked up penalties for contact. Giovanni Mollo and Javier Martinez have both picked up penalties there. 5 seconds added to their time for contact on the opening lap. But it is an absolute dogfight in the midfield at the moment. Several drivers battling away for position, trying to move their way further forward and using each other as brakes by the look of it into turn 3. That's getting a little bit feisty for my blood. But Jacques Giraud, Ivan Moreno and Olivier Laurençon are currently the top 3 at the moment. It looks like it's going to be the Frenchman Jacques Giraud unless Ivan Moreno can get close to him as they run down the back straight together. But once again, none of the drivers that have started these races from pole position are likely to come through as the race winners unless something very dramatic changes. Good little duel going on for places. Michael Demetrio lines up the attack on Lorenzo Cioni for 4th position. Real tussle coming off the turns and up the inside. That's a nice little move on the final bend there for the 4. That is Dario Ferreras, Alexandre Widmeyer dueling away for position. Oh no, that's Javier Martinez. My apologies. Martinez, of course, has a 5-second penalty for an excursion on the opening turns. And poor Lewis Sumner has found he's not made any progress at all. He's got a penalty now. So Lewis Sumner now has a penalty for contact. And considering he's dropped all the way down to what is essentially 21st on the road, that's a bit like kicking a man. He's already got a broken rib on the floor. So unfortunate there, Sumner, who's picked up a penalty in the midst of all of that. But there is some real drama going on around as the decks are being covered by the top drivers. Out of lead is Jacques Giraud in front of Ivan Moreno and Olivier Laurençon. So 3 nations there, France, Spain and Switzerland, in front of Lorenzo Cioni and Michael Demetriou, the Italian and the Cypriot. 5 different nations in the top 5 places at the moment. And this is all going perfectly well for Jacques Giraud, who is looking Ivan Moreno and Olivier Laurençon. Don't think there's going to be much change between those 3. Meanwhile, for 4th, we could get a bit of a squabble as Lorenzo Cioni tries to get away from Michael Demetriou. Pierre Cajot is in P6 in front of Alexandre Widmeyer. And then Dario Ferreras, Francisco Alfaro and Christian Suarez in the top 10. Not necessarily the same order on the road, of course, because a few drivers have had to be careful how much dust they pick up after some contact. There's another penalty handed out. This time it's for the 20. That is Rion Tinshu. So Rion Tinshu, the Kosovan, has ended up picking up a penalty there. So Rion Tinshu, very unfortunate indeed for the Kosovan as he now finds himself down at the tail end with a 5-second penalty of his own. Only Francisco Velasco seems to be behind them at the moment. For those who have been penalised, you've got Lewis Sumner dropping down to 20th after his penalty. Thomas Holland is in the mix there as well. He hasn't been penalised, I should point out, but he's in the mix of the competitors that have been. So, Jacques Giraud pulling away now from Ivan Moreno. Moreno is actually falling into the clutches here of Olivier Laurençon, so the Swiss driver may get a shot here to move his way further forward. There's also a bit of a challenge for 4th place because Lorenzo Cioni is under increasing pressure from Michael Demetriou. Michael Demetriou looking very hungry ahead of Pierre Cajot. So Pierre Cajot, the Swiss, in P6. 7th position going well for Alexandre Widmeyer. And there's an absolute tussle for 8th position at the moment. Got so many drivers in that mix. And it involves Ferreras, Mollo, Alfaro and Martinez. So Mollo and Martinez, of course, have 5-second penalties to take into it. But that hasn't really affected their positions now because the battle has accelerated 5 seconds up the road. They're just not going to move forward against the 2 or 3 drivers they're battling with. That's all that 5-second penalty is going to do to the order. But Jacques Giraud on lap 6 in front of Ivan Moreno by 1.6 seconds, and then Olivier Laurençon ahead of Lorenzo Cioni, and then Michael Demetriou, Pierre Cajot, Alexandre Widmeyer, and then Dario Ferreras, Francisco Alfaro, Giovanni Mollo, Javier Martinez, Thomas Delamer, and Noah Carrar, with Ryan Bomasata in front of Fioravante Pallavicino. Now, all of a sudden, there's a lot more pressure being ramped up here for the lead of the race as Jacques Giraud's marker behind him. That is Christian Suarez, I do believe. So the 18 finds himself being lapped there. That is Christian Suarez. All sorts of problems then for the 18. So Christian Suarez is now being lapped by the back markers. So that shows a difficult race he's been having. Ivan Moreno still trying to shake off Olivier Laurençon as they work their way up through turn 2. Laurençon is going to try and get side by side with Ivan Moreno and try and go right round the outside of the Spaniard. Ivan Moreno holds his nerve though through turn 3. He's not going to give best to Olivier Laurençon if he doesn't have to. So Laurençon is still working hard here on Ivan Moreno, who again has to defend around the far side on lap 7. They're going to go side by side in the banking, and Moreno keeps Laurençon to his right-hand side as they go through the left-hander in the banking. Very good racing indeed for second position, as Moreno and Laurençon are absolutely nose to tail and then go actually side by side through the banking on the far side of the course. Here comes the leader. No worries at all for our race leader, Jacques Jorot, still very comfortable, but look at the battle for second place behind Suarez as Ivan Moreno is dueling wheel to wheel here with Olivier Laurençon. Laurençon might go for the move in the hairpin. He thinks better of it. He's got one more lap to try that. But it's going to be tricky. They've got a slower kart in front of them being lapped. And there's a great battle for fourth position brewing as well, because we've got Dimitriou, Cioni, Cajot and Wittmeyer. Michael Dimitriou having caught and passed Lorenzo Cioni, so good work there from the Cypriot to get into fourth position ahead of the Italian. In fact, Lorenzo Cioni has actually lost ground now to the Swiss driver, Pierre Cajot. Pierre Cajot has also... So, in the... worked his way all the way up to 15th on the road. That 5-second penalty really hampering his progress. And also similar story then for Rion Titinju, who I think has worked his way up to 17th on the road, and again a 5-second penalty has dropped him off the competitive mark. But now comes the leader under the flyover for the last time. It is going to be a victory for Jacques Jorot, but who is going to be second? It's very tight indeed still between Ivan Moreno and Olivier Laurençon. That looks like Laurençon's in front. It is. Olivier Laurençon has found his move on Ivan Moreno and has got in front of the second place, and it's do or die for fourth position as well. Down to the hairpin, they're going to lap the traffic at the same time. Laurençon's off his mark. There could be a chance here for the three. He's like, what are you doing? I'm a lap ahead of you, let me through. But the victory goes to Jacques Jorot. He takes the checkered flag. No worries at all for the Frenchman, Jacques Jorot, ahead of the Swiss ace, Olivier Laurençon, with Ivan Moreno in third, ahead of Michael Dimitriou, Pierre Cajot, and Lorenzo Cioni. So a fascinating battle in the closing stages as several drivers are able to pick up the pieces after a very tough fight out on the course. But we really got to see some incredible duels all the way through. Lewis Sumner crossing the line in 14th place in the end there. And unfortunate then that the 5-second penalty is going to drop him all the way back to P18. Of course, Javier Martinez and Giovanni Mollo, well, they were 5 seconds back from their opponents as well. That didn't really cost them a massive amount of time in the grand scheme of things. But Jacques Jorot comes through for the victory in front of Olivier Laurençon and Ivan Moreno, then Michael Dimitriou, Pierre Cajot, and Lorenzo Cioni. 7th place for Alexandre Wittmeyer, and then Dario Ferreras, Francisco Alfaro, and Javier Martinez. Giovanni Mollo is 11th in front of Ryan Bomasata, then Thomas Delamar in front of Noah Carra, Fioravante Paravicino, and then Mathieu Baudelic from Christian Polvino, Lewis Sumner, Girard Corentin, and then Rion Titinju from Thomas Holland, Francisco Velasco, and then Christian Suarez was the last driver home, albeit a lap adrift. The fastest lap of the race, incidentally, went to Lewis Sumner. The British driver got a 1:15.2. An excellent start to the competition, though, for Jacques Jorot, Olivier Laurençon, and Ivan Moreno. They are the leaders in their contests. Jacques Jorot was the leading master, Olivier Laurençon was the leading expert, and Ivan Moreno was the leading senior. The leading young driver was Francisco Alfaro, down in 9th position. So a fascinating start to proceedings then from the 4 races. We have 4 different winners from 3 different nations. Victories in the end in the first race of the day then for Lucas Urbani, to Louis Harvey, to Jacques Jorot, and to Delano Deckers are 4 different race winners from the first 4 races of competition. And that, of course, takes us neatly into the next part of the competition. After a short pause, we will obviously have the first of our second rotation of races in the junior category. But it's certainly a great start to proceedings then for the Frenchman Jacques Jorot, who becomes our 4th different race winner of the competition so far. And a very strong position then for all of the drivers who've made very good work of things at this moment in time. A very good start to proceedings. And so with 4 different race winners, we've opened the competition in fantastic fashion. And we don't really know yet who's going to have the upper hand over the course of all 4 of these races. Just a reminder to everybody that only drivers are permitted to be in the Parc Fermé area, so nobody else is permitted to go beyond that part. So a reminder to all drivers that only drivers are allowed in Parc Fermé. Make sure that your supporters do not come through with you into that particular part of the course. So a very good start to proceedings then. We've had our first race completed then in both the junior and the SK1 categories, and we've had 5 different race winners to start the ball rolling then here at Kartland Paris. And Louis Harvey, if you can all make your way to the podium area by the ballast. Thank you very much.
Attention paddock. Can we please have the winners from the first heat making their way to the ballast area? That is Kevin Capras, Jacques Jean, Lucas Urbani, and Delano Deckers. Please make your way to the ballast area at the entry to the pits. That is Jacques Giraud, Lucas Urbani, Kevin Capras, and Delano Deckers. Please make your way to the ballast area at the entry to the pits. Thank you.
fare qualcosa dimmelo, però io non vi conosco una pezzi. Comunque appena sento il rumore delle macchine tanti sono qua sulla strada. Non è che vado qua. Ok, ciao. Ciao.
So it's time to conduct our first medal ceremony of the competition here at Kartland Paris for each of the first of our 5 races for junior and in FK1 in all 4 groups. We get to start the ball rolling in fantastic fashion. We'll start with the first race for junior. Please welcome our race winner, Leonardo Di Velossi. Congratulations to Leonardo. A fantastic performance and a great start to the junior competition. After pole position, the race victory. Leonardo, in Italiano, just tell us about the first race and what it was like for you behind the wheel.
È stata una gara abbastanza difficile e diciamo che dopo la partenza sono scappato via subito perché quelli dietro di me hanno iniziato a battagliare.
Grazie mille, have a continuation and congratulations. Leonardo Di Velossi, ladies and gentlemen, our first race victor. He'll take a nice picture there at the side after his podium, getting the first medal of the competition in the junior category. Every driver that comes through for a race victory walks away with a winner's medal. Now we come to the SK1 in race 1A, and it is the Belgian driver that comes through for the victory, Kevin Kart. A big congratulations to Kevin. A fantastic opening race, and he will receive the first of our SK1 medals. Yes, you might want to leave your mobile phone behind so that someone else can do the pictures, Kevin. But the medal will be presented for the first victory of the day in SK1. A hearty congratulations to the Belgian talent, Kevin Cabras. Kevin, a solid start. En français is no problem. A good start. Just tell us a little bit about the first race, what it was like from your side.
Ouais, c'était une course. J'ai bien géré le trafic, c'était chouette et il y a il y a un bon niveau et c'est vraiment top. C'est bien pour la suite du week-end.
Formidable, merci beaucoup. There you are, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Cabras. He's going to get his picture for taking the first victory in SK1. He gets the 1A group victory to start the ball rolling. Fantastic stuff. Now we will go on to our second race victor, the winner of the races in Group 1B. After a fantastic performance from France, Lucas Herbani. A great start for the Frenchman, putting the home favourites on their winning position in the very first race of the competition. So Lucas Herbani coming through to get the victory. It doesn't quite fit over his hat, unfortunately, so he's got to remove it to put it back into position. Lucas, a great start, fantastic first race. It was very, very difficult out there, but a good battle all the way through. Just tell us what it was like from your side.
Yeah, it was an amazing race because yesterday I'm a little bit not confident during the practice because my feeling during my some session with the chassis and the track is in the middle. I don't know. If I try to search something driving or the kart, and the staff did a very nice job. I tried the kart and the race now I think is really good, and now I'm a little bit more confident than yesterday.
It certainly looks like you started the day in a fantastic way. Well done, Lucas.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Before you disappear, Lucas, let's get your picture for the social media. So your second race winner, Group 1B, it is the Frenchman, Lucas Herbani. A big congratulations to him. And so we move on to our third race winner in the race battle for Group 1C. Ladies and gentlemen, for Belgium, Delano Deckers. A hearty congratulations to Delano. After a very hard-fought opening, that to come through for the top spot. We're good to see Delano fight his way into a race-winning position. Congratulations. Let's have a quick word with Delano. Very good start to the competition. That first lap looked quite aggressive on the opening door. The 3 or 4 of you going for the victory, but just how difficult was it to keep the motion in that first lap?
Yeah, it's difficult to call it. You need to be very precise. So it was always difficult, but it worked, and we're gonna go in another year.
What does it make you feel heading into the second race a little later on?
A little bit more confident, but I know a lot of fast drivers, so we're gonna see.
Exciting stuff. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's get a picture, first of all, Delano, and having hearty congratulations to you after a great race. The winner of race 1C, Delano Deckers. And our final final medalist from the first rotation of heats, having just clinched the victory for race 1D for France, Jacques Jarreau. A great start to the competition for Jacques, having to fight his way from the outside of the front row of the starting grid. Never an easy task in these competitions, but what a great start to the weekend. So, Jacques, very good race, very difficult start that one, being on the outside of the front row, but made it work in the opening couple of laps. Talk us through the race from your side.
The start was very tough, but I managed to do it, and after there I was alone, so it was okay. Into the next heat now.
What happens if it gets a little bit more heated in the second one? You've got a few tricks up the sleeve?
We are okay because we already drove in the hottest heat, so it will be okay.
Fantastic, and a great start. Well, Jacques, I'll let you have a quick picture for the social media. Your fourth race winner in 1D SK1, please welcome Jacques Jarreau. A hearty congratulations as all of our drivers take the winning picture. That is the first round of medals already sealed in this first part of the competition. There are more medals to give out, of course, as all of the contenders will now get a second race. All of the winners from the first heat together in our podium position, as these are the 5 drivers to take the plaudits, ladies and gentlemen. Leonardo De Rosso, Lucas Alfani, Kevin Capras, Delano Deckers and Jacques Jarreau, your first medal winners of the TV Kart Finals 2025. Big congratulations to them, and we will let them prepare for their second heat coming up later this afternoon.
nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none.
Max magari si è spento, magari Max.
Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really none.
fantastic racing competition. They have travelled from far and wide to be racing here in this contest. The winner of the competition, of course, on Sunday afternoon in the SK1 category will represent TV Kart in the SCUSA Super Nationals at Las Vegas at the end of the season in an official TV Kart competition. An amazing opportunity for them to race for the TV Kart race team in America, and that will be the final prize for the winner of this race on Sunday. But obviously each of the drivers in each of the competitions have to build up to that. First of all, we have the junior contest with its own separate competition, first of all, for their second race. It was a very interesting opener to the competition a short while ago, as we had the in 5 position gearing up for the first battles out on the course. We got to have some great racing from them to kick off the competition, and we certainly had some really exciting battles in the first part of competition. The first heat was taken by Leonardo Rivadossi, who took a fantastic victory, having got the pole position originally, and then the first race victory in front of Enzo Raccatti and Alessandro Tassini from Mirko Graziani, who actually got the fastest lap of the race during his first heat, and then Leon Langer of Germany, Angelo Bioni and Giovanni Pozzato in front of Isaac Jimison, Jack Baker and Matteo Benefelli. So those are the contenders of the 14 drivers in the junior category. They're all ready and set for another exciting progress. It'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out for the drivers, but obviously after the hot lap of qualifying, it has been the Italian that has been leading the way since the start of the competition, Leonardo Rivadossi. So let's see if he can continue into the second heat with the drivers gearing up for another exciting contest. So far, Leonardo Rivadossi is the only driver in the entire race weekend competition across junior and SK1 to have won their race from pole position. None of the other drivers so far in the contest have managed to achieve that feat. So it's a great start for the junior competitors, and a great indication of the determination and the wily speed of Leonardo Rivadossi coming into this competition. We still have 5 races to go this afternoon in the junior and SK1 categories, and then of course we will have the qualifying session for the endurance teams. We'll get to meet them for the first time, with competitors travelling from 18 different nations across the world, from China in Asia all the way across to Canada in North America. And there'll be a fantastic race for them tomorrow. 9 until 9 is how it's going to run, from 9 AM all the way through until 9 PM in one of the hottest days of the year on Bastille Week here in Kartland, Paris. Great to see everybody gearing up for an excellent showcase and what is going to be a really exciting battle on this 1500-metre circuit for the afternoon's competition. So far we've had 5 different race winners. Leonardo Rivadossi has been the dominant force in junior, although there's some chance that his option is going to take him on and put on a good showcase in this afternoon's race, and then of course they'll have to do the same again on Sunday morning. And we've had 4 different race winners across the SK1 categories for the older competition of drivers. There are 4 classes, of course: youth, senior, master and expert. In the first race of the day, Louis Harvey took the check flag in first position, but was then later given a penalty, and so the race victory was handed to the Belgian Kevin Capras ahead of the German talent Dennis Höller. Then in the second race it was the Frenchman Lucas Nopani that came through for the victory after a very tough battle up at the sharp end of the dais. In race 3 of the competition, it was the Belgian talent Delano Deckers who had to work increasingly hard to fend off from his opponent Michael Demetriou from Cyprus. And then in the 4th race, it was Jacques Jouot all the way after a fantastic battle between Olivier Alonso of Switzerland and Ivan Moreno of Spain to get the final 2 places on the podium. So it's been a very exciting start to the competition then here at the TV Kart Finals 2025, brought to you of course by RK Promotion, and here at the Kartland Paris circuit. And it is Kartland 3 that we are using for this competition. A very fast, very tight and very technical circuit with its flyover complex and very fast race corners and straights. It really does push the drivers to their limit in terms of braking and fierce competition. We've had some great performances so far from the drivers, who are definitely giving us plenty to do and plenty to get excited about over the course of proceedings. So now we get ourselves up for another great battle here on the Kartland Paris circuit for the afternoon's running. It'll be the juniors out first, followed by the competitors in 2A, 2B, 2C and 2D across the SK1 competition. And these fantastic karts with their amazing four-stroke engines. They're getting ready for an exciting battle out on the course. It'll be a very tasty race battle that the competitors will have to gear up for ahead of tomorrow's racing action, which of course will take us into the endurance race. The qualifying for that will take place after this afternoon's second rotation of races, as we get ourselves one step closer to crowning some champions. At 9 PM tomorrow we'll of course crown the endurance champions, and then we will of course crown the ultimate victor of the TV Kart Finals 2025 in Sunday afternoon's final. And this is quite an important battle of course for the drivers. For those who are watching on Sky Italia and TV Go on digital television in Italy, wondering why on earth is the commentator talking in English and not in Italian, I do apologise for those